Is Sony actually laying off half of Bungie? Well, if current rumors are to be believed, they are. And at first, I did not pay much attention to this rumor because it was just one source, but others are weighing in and stopping short of firm corroboration. We also have a somewhat foreboding update from a Bungie CM about Destiny. And to be honest, a reduction of this size will be catastrophic for many reasons, and it will point to some very significant decisions that will be made. But it also points to other major decisions that will have to be made in the future and not just immediately. So we are going to be walking through this. Yes, I'm well aware the GTA 6 pre-orders got announced, no trailer or anything, and I'm sure we'll have a ball covering that next week, and we'll all be giving Rockstar money. But there's not much to say other than that. I really couldn't do a talk show about that going live. We were hoping that the trailer and the pre-order dates would go live at the exact same time. So I'm going to walk through my sort of like show opening monologue. If you are watching this later, hit the like button, hit subscribe so you don't miss these shows. And you can consider helping us with the big goal that we have. You can use your Prime sub on Twitch or $5 over there, or $5 here on YouTube. Gets you into my membership. For the entire month, you get a badge and emotes, and you get access to the Discord where we do the Green Room segment. So consider supporting the contents directly. That's the only way I'm able to do this full time. So thank you to everybody who's already doing that. So the bleak aftermath from Showcase season continues with worrying claims and insider info about Bungie. Despite the Destiny community's best efforts, it seems that very dark days are ahead. And this is not as simple as other layoff situations or closure situations, primarily because Bungie is such a large studio, but also because they have two active live service games, one that just entered into its second season and another one that just did a free update, and both have had very different results. So in case you missed it, a French journalist is reporting that at least 50% of Bungie's workforce will be laid off. Now, this is the same journalist that was misquoted saying that Bungie would be closed along with Housemarque, something this journalist actually never said. He publicly corrected this, stating that, quote, "I never announced the closure of any Sony studios, nor did I mention any studio names. I simply said that some studios would also be affected." He has also since elaborated on the situation and said that, quote, "After speaking with my sources, including some at PlayStation, what stands out is mainly internal resistance, strong pushback. Many people at PlayStation don't understand the decision made at the top to discontinue Destiny 2. Now, context is helpful here, right? I've read the whole thread. He is positioning this as if PlayStation made the decision to discontinue Destiny 2 and not Bungie. Excuse me, which is at some level likely true. There was a hiring freeze that went into effect earlier this year at Bungie. It's pretty clear no positions were open at all. Nothing was greenlit. And I don't think anything will be greenlit until the final payout happens and leadership either walks away or is completely restructured. So I can actually see PlayStation saying, hey, you need to pump the brakes on Destiny 2 as a game entirely. And also, no, we will not be funding or greenlighting Destiny 3. But it's what he says in his second post that I find a bit strange. He said that, quote, "Some have told me that there is a kind of a desire for revenge, as Sony's leadership reportedly blames Bungie for a number of issues with their game-as-a-service strategy." Now, this would be, to me, an interesting development, especially if we get more info or some corroboration. It has been pushed back against. I'll look at that in a moment, but I would fault PlayStation with the more extreme live service failures that they have experienced. Concord is on them for a lack of good oversight and foresight. They bought the company. They had never worked with them. Now, I did look at the timeline this morning, and they did buy Bungie first. And we know that people like Wisniewski and Hamrick had gone over to Firewalk and their former Bungie leadership. There is a possibility that the purchase of Firewalk and pushing forward with Concord as strongly as they did was something that was done at the admonition or the encouragement of Bungie. Bungie was basically bought 1 year prior to Firewalk being purchased. We don't have any information on that. That's the only context in which I would think that Sony would somehow fault Bungie for that significant failure. At the current moment, we don't have any information pointing to that other than the timeline does allow for it to have happened. they also had what I consider to be pretty blind ambition about that game. The comments made about it were a little absurd. Firewalk, yes, had their own toxic positivity and their own issues, but Sony holds a lot of the blame for a lack of discernment in that regard. I don't see Bungie attached to that unless, of course, we are given different evidence about what transpired in the lead up to the purchase of Firewalk. And the fact that Fair Games has made it as far as it has without being canceled is, again, not something I have any evidence to think is Bungie's fault. Or what about Horizon Hunters Gathering, a game that I think is DOA and a complete waste of Guerrilla's very talented time? Is that on Bungie? No, I don't think so. What about Jim Ryan being so bullish, thinking that they would launch 12 live service games by 2026? I don't see that being Bungie's responsibility. I definitely think the relationship with Bungie is soured, but not from a revenge angle or like blaming them for the current game as a service strategy not panning out, which if PlayStation does blame Bungie, I would like to know why, because currently I would find that to be concerning. It would mean that PlayStation hasn't learned any lessons and they're just passing blame. Like maybe they shouldn't have had their single player studios working on live service like what they were doing with Bend and Bluepoint and they're doing right now with Guerrilla. They need to take ownership of their own mistakes and failures rather than blame Bungie and take it out on them. There are plenty of very legitimate reasons to be mad at Bungie. They overvalued their purchase price, the way that Pete Parsons was running the company, their ego and their arrogance when they showcased Marathon, the stolen artwork in Marathon, and now they still launched a very minimum product with Marathon and it's currently failing pretty miserably. So yes, PlayStation has a pile of reasons to be unhappy with Bungie as an asset or a purchase, but I don't think revenge for their own poor game-as-a-service strategy is on them. I just don't see it. I see that being primarily PlayStation's responsibility and fault. In any case, the significant layoffs that are coming were softly corroborated by Paul Tassi from Forbes. He said, quote, "I don't want to commit to a percent, but it's going to be significant. They don't have a greenlit new project, and they can hardly throw 400 more devs at Marathon." Now, to be fair, we have to point something out here. Tassi is not saying he's heard anything. He's just connecting the dots. You've got 400 people that haven't been given a new project to work on. He also went on to say this: "You will also see some leadership OGs leave in, I believe, July, which is when the Sony deal cash vests for many of them." This furthers my point that I don't think he's saying he's been told anything. I don't think he's like making a claim that like, oh, yep, I've been told that layoffs are coming. I again think he's just kind of doing the basic math of you have half the studio that hasn't been given anything new to work on, so they're likely not going to have anything to work on, right? He's making it very clear that this is just a prediction based on all the information we currently have, and I think there's two ways to look at this, okay? First, he may be right. There's no greenlit project, and that means that roughly 400 people are all basically done for. And if you read the heartfelt goodbyes and even the recent posts from DMG, he's one of their CMs, it reads like a farewell. This could be a calculation from the studio. They're thinking, hey, we don't have anything for you guys after June, so get ready for the worst. The second way I view this is maybe a bit more hopeful and positive, and it's that, listen, PlayStation's not greenlighting anything under the current leadership and structure. The anger or revenge that the French journalist heard about could be what this is stemming from. Hey, look, we're not going to hand money or funding or contracts or projects to the current leadership who brought the company to this terrible state. In other words, they know lots of folks are just waiting for that final payout, so they're going to pay them, they're going to restructure, and then they're going to think about what is next for Bungie and maybe even the Destiny franchise. Again, I think this is the most positive and hopeful read of the situation, because if they are indeed laying off roughly 400 people, there are even bigger decisions to be made. What are you going to do with this big piece of property that has half of it not being used anymore? Nothing about Marathon signals a level of revenue generation that would justify keeping things running with the remaining 400 to 500 people. So, do they close the building down? Do they switch the Marathon team to a remote team? Do they try to switch them to a new or smaller location? Honestly, looking at the numbers of Marathon this soon in the new season, that game is on borrowed time. And then even bigger questions remain, like how does PlayStation justify turning its back on a franchise that has rebounded so strongly with just a free update after the game has been out for 12 years? If they are sour about their game as a service strategy, it will look far worse with the giant blemish of killing Destiny, because that's how the public will view it. If you lay off 400 people that just pushed out a highly praised and celebrated free update for Destiny 2, the history books will not smile on that, especially to anybody watching Marathon's current player numbers versus Destiny's. It will look like the most bizarro world decision ever. And all future live service games will be scrutinized. You're pushing forward with Horizon Hunters Gathering and Fair Games. You're continuing with Marathon, and you killed Destiny? No matter what happens, some big decisions have to be made. If you're making Destiny 3 with new leadership and structure, what does that look like for Marathon as a team? What does that look like for Destiny 2 and the current content plan? If you're not making Destiny 3 and you're going to lay off roughly 400 people, what does that mean for the massive property that they operate out of in Bellevue? What does it mean for the Marathon team and their own life expectancy? And much like a lot of what I have said about Microsoft and Xbox, this situation with Bungie cannot be blamed on market conditions or inflation. Bungie paved this road starting in 2019 before they were even owned by PlayStation. Bungie paved this road. 2019 is when they put this plan into place. They weren't even owned by Sony at that point. It also should be pointed out, since apparently people think this is equal to other layoff situations, talking about knowing about the business, the actual contract, the actual business side of this, Bungie was operating independently basically this entire time. These situations, this place that they have landed, it falls on Bungie. Yes, PlayStation has to make the hard decisions, but they are not the ones that ran this company into the ground. That was Pete Parsons and a lot of the former leadership. One former CM even alleged that large amounts of money were essentially siphoned by the leadership instead of being reinvested in Destiny. And basically what she's claiming is, listen, this is not as simple as just blaming Marathon, and it actually might make sense if you think about all those incubation projects that they spun up. It projected a false sense of value and future scope to PlayStation, but really all it did was funnel tons of money to leaders that were not interested in a future with Destiny anymore. I mean, we know that Chris Barrett is owed a huge amount of money in his claims in his lawsuit. We also know that Luke Smith and Mark Noseworthy, they were not on Destiny anymore. They were on Payback. So maybe that's how this played out. They were funneling money away from Destiny into these incubation projects. You give all your big dogs and your OGs a lot of more money and big pay raises because, hey, they're working on a new project. You can justify the spending, right? All you did was run the company into the red, hurt Destiny, and set the company on a trajectory for disaster that they're currently living in. So listen, you don't get to blame the market. You don't get to blame inflation. You don't really get to blame PlayStation. You should be blaming the Bungie leadership. And going forward, if things are basically shut down or minimized to such a degree that the company in Destiny has no future, well, that's when it's time to blame PlayStation. Because we know they want live service success. And I still maintain that Destiny has what every failed live service game never had: a committed and passionate community. So for now, Bungie hangs in the balance. And even though it's counter to what many expect, I am still rooting for you, Bungie. But those are just my thoughts, and now it's time to hear your thoughts. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. And yes, I understand Paul Tassi has pushed back on the revenge thing as well. I quote tweeted him this morning, and the journalist is kind of firing back. So I want to look at that with you guys right now as well. If you guys are kind of watching this transpire, I didn't want to shove that into the monologue. So this is what Paul Tassi says on this notion of revenge. He says, so my source is on the Sony revenge. He says, the impression is that this is reported info probably comes from PlayStation employee observers, not anyone high up with significant knowledge of leadership mindset. Okay. So what he's saying is he said that's the impression, is that this is just coming from some people that are kind of close to PlayStation. Some at PlayStation have publicly wondered why Destiny 2 is ending support, but keep in mind, there are like 12,000 people working there. So he's speaking with respect to PlayStation, Sony, probably like SIE. This is almost entirely financial. Simply, Destiny 2 cost more than it made. Math. Cruel math, but math. No one at Bungie has any belief this is some revenge idea. Next thing, it is obvious to everyone Bungie has not performed well and is not exactly Sony's golden child. But this idea that Sony is blaming Bungie for Concord and all the rest of the live stuff is a huge reach. Sony isn't doing this to punish Bungie for some transgression via like live service plans or game underperformance. I tend to agree with Paul Tassi here. I tend to agree with him. We have no grounds to think that Sony like internally blames Bungie for their live service situation. Now again, the timeline does line up. There is a chance that they bought Bungie and then a year later they bought Firewalk. A year after buying Bungie, they may have bought Firewalk at Bungie's advice, and they may be being like, man, you guys are idiots. That was such a disaster. We hold you responsible. I still don't think that PlayStation would be like, we're going to get revenge on you for Concord, because ultimately Herman Hull signed off on it, Shuhei Yoshida signed off on it. They thought Concord was going to be something big. Faulting Bungie for that just seems weird. It just seems weird. Despite atomizing Destiny 2 support to the point where there won't even be hotfixes, there are zero plans to wind down the actual servers. So take anything too hyperbolic with a giant pile of salt. Like, the basics may be true. Bungie didn't live up to what Sony wanted. Some employees working at PlayStation may not understand or like this move, but this isn't as cloak and dagger as it's being portrayed. It's corporate, albeit that's obviously its own kind of bad. I'll probably have a piece or a vid on this tomorrow, but I see this spreading like wildfire. And then, this is the journalist responding. Just a quick clarification about Bungie Destiny. I'm sticking with my info. No, my sources aren't only at PlayStation. No, my sources aren't just regular employees. Just because you don't know my work doesn't give you a reason to be patronizing. I mean, listen, I don't think Paul was being patronizing at all. I think this first section is very fair. The impression is that the reported info probably comes from PlayStation employee observers, not anyone high up with significant knowledge of leadership's mindset. Okay? Interestingly enough, he's not saying that the info is bad or that he's like being patronizing about the guy who dropped the info. He's saying the impression here is this is not people that are high up at the company, right? It would be very strange for high ups at PlayStation to be like, we're going to get revenge on Bungie. We're going to lay off 400 people. Like, that's not how business works. Like, can you imagine reducing the size of a company by 50% because of revenge? Like, what? Like, that's a really expensive choice. Like, you've already taken an impairment loss on the asset, and then you're going to gut half the staff for revenge. Like, I don't think so. Let me get the goal up on the board. We are well behind. It might not be happening this week. We'll see. DK Baker gets us to 114, and then Joker Quinn gets us to 115. Someone threw a can of soda at me. It didn't hurt, though. It was a soft drink. I hate you. All right, let's make sure we're not missing anybody here. Neems with a prime over there on purple. And then iRevs with a prime over there on purple. Thank you guys so much. Make sure and check your primes. Do those every month. And then also make sure and check your renewals and do those on YouTube as well. Sony sucks at live service. Sony has certainly had some successes with live service, but generally their successes with live service are established franchises or people that know better. Like Helldivers 2 did very well. Those people understand that game and like ongoing content to a certain degree. Gran Turismo, established franchise, so GT7's made them tons of money. MLB The Show has made them tons of money, right? But you don't get to pin, like, this is what I said on Twitter. I said Concord, Fair Games, Horizon Hunters Gathering, Blue Point working on a God of War live service game. That's on Sony. Like, that's on Sony. Like, anybody who's believing this revenge angle, it's like Sony would have to be deep levels of delusional to think that all of those things are somehow Bungie's fault. That's on Sony. It's like, you guys are the ones that greenlit this stupid stuff. Ocean Blue, thank you so much for using your Prime over there and getting us to 118. Yeah, we know about the GTA 6 pre-orders, guys. There's nothing else to say other than that the box art was revealed. I wasn't going to do a show about that. I mean, there's no trailer. There's nothing to break down. Raijin says, ruining somebody's job out of revenge? Sony isn't Bungie. Yeah, I mean, I know Bungie's very familiar with ruining people's careers and lives over petty, nothingness, and because they don't like somebody. They're very familiar with that. But, I mean, that's not how Sony operates. I mean, it would be a shame if that happened to Bungie. I mean, I know what that's like. I mean, but I don't think that's what's going on. I don't think you lay off that many people out of revenge. You know? I just don't think so. I think Tassi's right. I think if Destiny 2 is the end and nothing continues, it's because it's just too expensive. Like I said the other day, if you're trying to solve the problem and it's too expensive to make it, then find somewhere else to make it. Get out of Bellevue, get licensed the property to somebody else, so then you're just paying publishing and not operation costs. You know what I mean? Nice shirt for the occasion. I tend to wear the Punisher shirts with a little bit of a wink in my eye, being like, you know, bill comes due. It always comes due. You run the company like that and let leaders do what they were doing and let them do what they did to me, the bill always comes due. I mean, you know what I'm saying? This is like domino number 19. You know what I mean? This won't be the last time somebody gets what's coming to them for, you know, doing bad stuff. You know, unfortunately, most of the employees have zero to do with any of that. This was a leadership problem. And listen, I would not be surprised if what Dirty F and Hippie's saying, it wouldn't surprise me at all if that's what the incubation projects were. It was just this big mask to be like, we want out. Let's do a bunch of incubation projects that'll justify siphoning more money to all the big dogs. They start, instead of investing in Destiny, they start funneling money to these incubation projects, and all the big guys make more money. They get pay raises, right? And now they're all gone. And it's like, that's kind of convenient that, like, when things were about to get bad, you guys all jump ship with your extra money. I don't know. I could believe that. I really could. I do not have any confidence or trust in the leadership running things on the up and up. They weren't good people. They were very scummy. They did bad things. There's all kind of skeletons rattling in the closets at Bungie, and it wouldn't surprise me in the least if that was a very scummy handling of the money, and instead of reinvesting it in Destiny, they funneled it to all these incubation projects so a bunch of the leadership could make more money before everything started coming to an end. I think they knew the end was coming. It was like, this ship's going to run out of gas, you know? Thank you so much, Lions fan, for using your Prime over there on Twitch. I appreciate that very, very much. Lono, Sony had not gone without its major blunders, from Concord dying in 14 days, canceling TLU multiplayer. Sony didn't cancel TLU multiplayer. Naughty Dog opted to not make it. Marathon bombing, that's not on Sony. And now sunsetting Destiny and laying off a ton of employees, no bueno. Wired Rope with the 10 bomb. Thank you so much for getting us a little bit closer to the weekly goal. And I owe Twitch a member. Listen, you got a lot of people just completely get all these facts wrong. Sony had nothing to do with The Last of Us multiplayer getting canceled. That was a Naughty Dog decision. They didn't want to become a live service studio. I actually think that was the right choice. Naughty Dog is also the ones that greenlit the Faction spinoff before Jim Ryan did the live service push. Everybody completely misrepresents that timeline. That was a Naughty Dog decision at the beginning. It was a Naughty Dog decision at the end. That's not on Sony. That wasn't Sony's thing. That was on Naughty Dog. They thought they could launch Factions and make a ton of money and be another Fortnite, and they got, you know, they got a dose of humble pie. They didn't know what they were doing. Bungie was like, I don't think you understand the bandwidth required to maintain a live service game. And that's when I think Naughty Dog, you know, that, and Shuhei Yoshida corroborated this. Shuhei said that Naughty Dog opted to not build it because they wanted to make single-player games like Intergalactic. All right? So, none of that was a... and you're saying, shut up, retard, it was Bungie. It's amazing that you would insult somebody's intelligence when you don't even understand the facts. Shuhei Yoshida literally corroborated this. This is a matter of public record and fact that Naughty Dog said, we do not want to become a live service studio. Shuhei said they wanted to keep working on single-player games like Intergalactic. They opted to cancel Factions. Bungie did not have the power to cancel the game. You're ignorant if you think that. Bungie did not have that level of jurisdiction over a studio like Naughty Dog. Like, listen, no respect earned here since you're throwing around insults. How dumb do you have to be to think that PlayStation would give Bungie legislative powers over Naughty Dog? Like, Naughty Dog is one of their pedigree veteran studios. They weren't going to be like, yeah, Bungie, you can tell Naughty Dog what to do. That's not what happened, all right? The other thing you have to consider is Bungie has been operating independent. They were acquired multiple years after these plans were put in place. They put the plan in place to do multiple projects in incubation in 2019. 5 years later, Pete Parsons writes the blog and is like, we've been running the company into the red. Anybody who says that's on PlayStation is completely ignorant of the contract, the timeline, and how all this played out. You're just doing the Sony, though, thing. Oh, we got to blame PlayStation. This was a Bungie manufactured crisis from moment one. They literally went to PlayStation because they were in a bad financial situation. Like, all roads lead back to Bungie leadership. They're the ones to blame here. Now, I say it's totally on PlayStation if they do these layoffs and don't continue with Destiny. I think that's a short-sighted mistake. I think closing Bluepoint was a short-sighted mistake. At that point, yes, I blame PlayStation. But what got us here wasn't PlayStation. It wasn't. Saying that, like, oh, PlayStation had oversight over Bungie. No, they didn't. The contract literally stipulated that they were going to operate independently. That quite literally means that, like, PlayStation didn't have all this oversight. Now, there were obvious clauses in there for takeover, which is seemingly has taken place because they're being restructured according to PlayStation, or according to Sony's CFO. Street Shadow with a $20 super chat tip says, the revenge story makes more like advantage of sentiment to get clicks. I love D2, but the community needs to get real. The story only allowed the community to have their narrative of it's Sony's fault validated. And we got a renewal here from Highlander Grimm. Thank you for 8 months. And then he's going to gift one as well and pay it forward and get us to 131. We're a 20 bomb away from 150. And I do owe one over here to Purple. And I'm going to do that now. And a 5 bomb comes in from Dude with the Drum Set over there on YouTube and gets us to 136 on the week. You guys are going to have a tough time getting it to 500. You are going to need a big day today if you want to get to that 500 to unlock the Saturday stream with Madam. Bungie wasn't even under PlayStation. It was under SIE. I mean, what difference does it make? I mean, we're using these words interchangeably. PlayStation, Sony, SIE, what have you. It all goes back to Pete Parsons' blog post. The truth was there. Yes. Listen, I'm not really interested in your commentary or your information or your insight into the business if you're just going to flat out ignore the contract Bungie had with Sony, the timeline of when all this started, Pete Parsons' blog, the corroboration from people who were at the company and now no longer there on how things were being run and how things have gone. If you're going to ignore all those things just to be like, no, it's on PlayStation, I'm not interested in your commentary because you're not commentating on reality. You're coming up with fan fiction because you want a tribal, you want a console war. And it's like, there's no console war here. Bungie is the one. They're the architect of their own failings at this point. They did this. And listen, sadly, it's on PlayStation to fix it. Right? I've said this about Asha Sharma. I'm like, this isn't her fault, and this isn't her fault, and this isn't her fault. But she's the one that's got to fix it. She's the one that's got to come in and make the hard decisions. I'm applying the exact same logic here. It's like, it's not PlayStation's fault that Bungie ran their dadgum company like this, but it's PlayStation's responsibility to fix it now. Dune with 22 months. Thank you so much. I'm so mad at Bungie for having a hand in canceling TLU multiplayer. I'm not, and here's why I'm not. I'm not mad, okay? You can't be consistent in this position if you're going to say that PlayStation shouldn't have had their single-player studios working on live service. If you're angry that Bluepoint was working on a God of War live service game, if you're angry that Bend was working on a live service game, if you're angry that Guerrilla's working on a live service game, okay? If you look at that and think that that's really stupid, then why would you be upset that Naughty Dog dodged that bullet and was like, we don't want to become a live service studio. We want to continue making single-player games. Like, why would that be upsetting to you? I get it. There are people convinced it was going to be a great game. There are people convinced that it could go toe-to-toe with Arc Raiders. There are people convinced of that. I want you to look at Arc Raiders right now and how they are trying to get the cadence down, trying to get the update rhythm down, trying to get the player base numbers to a stable and healthy place, and that's literally the primary thing they're focused on. Imagine if Naughty Dog was having to deal with that. Do you want Naughty Dog dealing with that? Dealing with, like, patches, updates, nerfs, buffs, and being like, well, we did pretty well for a month or two, and now the numbers are going down. Like, Marvel Rivals numbers have gone down since launch. Arc Raiders numbers have gone down since launch. I would not want Naughty Dog riding that roller coaster. It's exhausting. Live service games are the toughest games to make and maintain and have success in this market. If after 12 years we're hearing from Paul Tassi, we're hearing from him that Destiny 2 has not been out for 12 years. The franchise has been out for 12 years. So after 9 years, Destiny 2 costs more than it made. That's terrible. That's terrible. Do you want Naughty Dog? Do you want anybody signing up for that? Destiny's one of the most long-standing, from the outside it looked like one of the most successful live service games, and seemingly inside on the books it wasn't. Now, a lot of that has to do with the fact that the fat cats are drawing too much money and they're operating out of Bellevue. That's probably the primary reason they're not profitable. It's usually, you got guys at the top making millions upon millions of dollars. They're like incalculably wealthy, and you're like, gee, I wonder why the game was so expensive to make. Oh, I don't know. Your executive level at Bungie are all basically, multi-millionaires at this point. Maybe that's why. Street Shadow with $20. People need to remember that SIE allows its studios to have a lot of autonomy. They can decide what they want to build as long as it fits the strategy. They can also cancel. Example, Days Gone 2 was canceled by Bend. Over the years, guys, if we get to a level 2 hype train, you'll get a 35% discount on gifteds. If you guys are going to hit the goal this week, I'd head over to Twitch and rally around that discount because, buddy, do we need it. We are well off pace. Let's see if you guys can do it. Dan Zatasik with a 5-bomb on YouTube. Listen, if you guys like to go crazy and drop bombs, gifted member bombs, the place to do it right now is Twitch. And a 10-bomb comes in from Wired Rope, and he secures the Treasure Train discount and gets us to 152, and I owe one. Thank you so much, Wired Rope, for contributing to the train. I'm going to go ahead and do my part now. I think I'm going to do... Wait, how do I do this? I never know where to click. No, there we go. Gift a subscription. It's not giving me the discount. I don't understand. I probably have to, refresh the chat. They call it Intergalactica Timu No More Heroes ripoff. I mean, why would you care about people just hating on a game that's not even out yet? Let's see here. I guess I hate on live service games before they're out yet, but I don't hate on them because I think that they're garbage. I hate on them because I don't think they're going to survive. There you go. I owed you guys one. I did a 5-bomb to celebrate the Treasure Train on Twitch. I'm helping. Someone at the high-ups at Bungie was making as much money as the high-ups at Sony. Think about that, says Armed and Dangerous. There's so many ways to make cheaper games, as Lono said. Move from the current headquarters. Listen, I'm just going to say it. Okay? If your company is 1,200 employees strong and you're starting to see things slow down and you have people at the top that are basically making the money of a multimillionaire, why don't you restructure the payout for the people at the top? Do you really need that? You need that much money? What in the world? I don't think you're a good CEO. I don't think you're a good business operator if you look at something as successful as Destiny and you could keep working at the company for the next 10 years, still making insane amounts of money, but instead what you do is you wring the company out like a rag and just walk away. I'm like, well, you're not a good leader then. You're not a good leader. You're just a greedy person. You know what I'm saying? Greed drives the industry. Profit drives the industry. I've said this very many times, but if you cannot operate the company in a healthy way, and one of the primary reasons is because you're drawing such absurd salaries, then that's on you. Like, you had a good product. You had millions of people buying and playing your game every single year, and you drive the company into the red because you're just like, well, I'm not going to take a pay cut. Are you kidding me? And it's like, well, then you're the problem. The problem isn't the game. The problem isn't the studios, it's not like they're full of ineptitude all of a sudden and they're bad at their jobs. There's always slowdowns, always. I'm not a good leader, but I'm rich. That's what I said. That's their legacy. Bungie's legacy is bad leadership that cared more about making money than leading the company well and leading it to better pastures. They didn't care about the company. Anything that man ever said about Bungie or Destiny was hollow. You didn't care about the company or the property. Neither did any of the other big leaders who walked away as basically like refusing to take pay cuts when that could have largely put them in a completely different scenario. It's like, you're not running the company in a healthy way then. Why the frick would I have any respect for you at all? Like, layoffs are going to happen when you overhire, and that's the company itself trimming back down. So I still think layoffs would have been unavoidable. But when the road to the layoffs is you running the company into the red and you spinning up incubation projects where all the big guys at the top are magically on all these incubation projects, all drawing really fat salaries, it really makes you wonder. It's like, did this game really not generate enough money? Guys, there is a minute left on the treasure train on purple. You're going to lose the discount if you guys don't go a little crazy to renew that train. You're running out of time. There's 40 seconds left. Quad with a €5 super chat says, I just don't understand Sony picking Marathon over Destiny, given the difference in player count, unless there's motivation or revenge in the cards. Well, okay. Let me attempt to paint a picture of why it's a motivation, okay? I'm gonna attempt to paint a picture here. And guys, make sure if you're watching on YouTube, you're hitting the like button, all right? I'm going to attempt to paint you a picture here. I think they see potential growth in Marathon long term, and they see nothing but decline in Destiny. That's what I think they likely see. I think they're wrong. I think a Destiny 3 could have a significant amount of growth. They're looking at Destiny 2. They're also looking at Destiny 2 in its twilight hours. They're looking at Destiny 2 at like the very, very, very end of its life, right? So, that I think is a miscalculation. If you're making your judgment on like the future profitability of Destiny based on Destiny 2, I don't think you're looking at things correctly. I also think they're looking at Marathon and thinking, we could strip down this team to a pretty lean budget and get this thing going for a lot less money than it would take to spin up Destiny 3. It's like, to spin up Destiny 3 would take such an influx of cash and capital comparatively to like whatever a slimmed down Marathon team looks like. I still think they're wrong. I think there are other options on the table. I think getting them out of Bellevue, and people, I'm seeing people say this, and I hope you guys know, like, I'm not some heartless capitalist. It's like, we'll just move them or they're fired. That's not my outlook on this. My outlook is one of, this is your option. You either burn the ships and try to make a go somewhere else, or you're packing it up. That's it. That's the reality you're being faced with. Like, I would not be able to leave the city that I live in. I wouldn't be able to do it. My family and I are too interwoven into the community and the church that we're in. These are people I've known. Some of them I've known for between 15 and 20 years. That's like half my life almost. Almost half my life I've known some of these people. I ain't leaving. Right? The meme. I'm not leaving. So, like, if I was faced with that decision, I would have to say, I'm so sorry. I need to take the pension and go. I can't go with you. If you guys are relocating to another city or state, I can't come with you. I'd be willing to work remote if you want me to work remote. I would continue to work here, but I can't leave. Okay? So I totally get why a lot of people would say no. But there are some people that would go with you. Not all, but some. And there's the option to do remote work. It's like, well, maybe you could somehow figure out a way to, because if you sell the property and close the property down, that potentially is going to save you some money to initially weather, like maybe put these people on a couple of year contract to be like, listen, it's still going to be pretty expensive to keep you on board, but if you're working from home, that's going to save us an awful lot of money because we're no longer paying for the property, we're no longer paying the electric bill of the property. Like, we can keep you on board, remote for maybe 2 years, and then maybe you're going to have to either consider moving or we're going to have to be done with you. Like, and at least that then gives that person some option as like an off ramp, to continue working and contributing to the vision of the game or what have you. But like, if you're not even going to consider those as options, then yeah, you're just laying people off and closing up shop. There's not a whole lot of other wiggle room that you have. I think they're way too expensive to run where they currently are. Running Marathon is likely much cheaper to run, says Street Shadow, and it being given a chance to do something. Destiny 2 sadly had its chance, and you can't let Bungie spin off 3 more projects again. I appreciate your opinions and truth. Well, thank you. But are you willing to remove knitting? That's right. I completely understand people being like, I'm not uprooting my life. My kids are in school. I'm a part of the bridge club, or I have a country club where all my friends meet on Friday night. I'm not leaving these people behind to work on Destiny 3, right? Yeah, this is a Jane Austen novel, Bridge Club. But here's the thing. Oh, are you willing to provide remote knitting? I thought you said remove knitting. I completely flipped the words around and changed I just made you say something completely different, Omar. You know what I mean? It's 2020. It's my truth. $10 super chat from Shady Boy. It's so frustrating because if Bungie listened to their players and actually delivered content, Destiny wouldn't have the low player numbers and been in the red. 100% of Bungie failure. I still think we're going to get. I will not be surprised at all if we get a Jason Schreier autopsy on this. I won't be surprised in the least if what Dirty F and Hippie's saying is true. That they were funneling money away from Destiny so the guys at the top could get more money before leaving. I think all of the incubation projects were a ruse. I think it was a ruse. I think it was a very, very good corporate form of camouflage to give people more money. If you move me from this project to this project, well, now you can create a budgetary line item reason for paying me more money. It's a new project. I need to be given a pay raise. It's a new title. Like I now have a new job description. I now have more responsibilities, right? That wouldn't surprise me in the least if they do an autopsy of this company and we find out that stuff like that was going on. It's like, wait. None of this makes any sense. None of it makes any sense. You guys were high on the hog, making a ridiculous amount of money. You were going to put a studio in Amsterdam. You were going to expand your own studio. You were going to get into publishing. What happened? What happened? Where did it all go? I think these are valid questions. I think people are going to be kind of interested. Like, I don't think anybody was like doing anything illegal, like, scraping company funds to buy cars. But I definitely think there was some shenanigans going on where they burned through cash at a rate that doesn't make any sense. Just a clarification, majority of the studio still works remote. Most don't go into the office unless they need to. Really? Did you see Jason's video on the Xbox situation? Very good timeline how they got there. Loving his YouTube content. Yeah, I'll take a look at it later. He had some pretty insightful things in there that I want to react to, but I did not want to talk Xbox again. I was like, I got to take a break. I got to take a break from talking about that company. I got to take a break. It's bad for my blood pressure to talk about that company right now. It's just so frustrating as a company. So I had to take a day off, and we thought this was a good topic. Very shady Bungie, promising revenue and empty promises of saving PlayStation Live service games. Well, here's my question. I have a question. What has Bungie been doing since they met with Naughty Dog? What? What have y'all been doing? Why is fair game still a thing? Like, why has Haven not been put on a new project? Why? Why is Horizon Hunters Gathering still a thing? Astrocross said there's devs who have never stepped foot in the studio. Maybe my suggestion's not that crazy then, to shut down the Bellevue location and move. My suggestion might not be that crazy. If there's people who've never stepped foot in the studio. By the way, I have something to say to Astrocross, and I'm going to say it publicly. You're very handsome. That's it. That's all I have to say. No, I'm kidding. I have the marathon shirt. And he pauses that Tassi video and he was like, is our man compromised? Listen, I'm going to say it. Yeah, he is. He's compromised. Tassi's been compromised for a long time. I didn't wear my marathon shirt today as a matter of principle. Okay? So listen, you can trust me. You can trust me. I'm on your side. You know what I'm saying? Homie leaving me on read. I get it. The homie's leaving me on read in the DMs. I get it, Cross. I get it. But I'm not compromised. You can trust me. Okay? You can trust me. Getting pro tips from Bungie is like life tips from Hobo. Bungie is super remote friendly, like much of Sony is. I still think people live in Washington State, but the office space is likely costing them a ton because they built that new office. Again, so maybe my suggestion last week or earlier this week, wherever the frick, maybe it wasn't that crazy. You're sponsored by Marathon? Yes, I did a Marathon sponsorship a couple of days ago. We don't need to talk about that. That doesn't, it was a thing on Twitch. It was a channel skin and a little ad read. That's all it was, you know. Thanks for paying me, Bungie. I appreciate it. You know, you now only owe me $2 million and 90 cents. Anyway, if Bungie were to revive Oni or Pathways into Darkness, would they be a success? I don't even know what the frick you're talking about. What are you talking about? What revive what? Huh? We're talking about Bungie and Destiny, dude. That's their future. That's their future. I think you got to shut that. You got to shut the Bellevue location down. You got to sell that property. And then if people are remote, you get property somewhere else, something smaller. I don't know. Bring down your operational costs, and then get to work. Did you talk about Destiny 3 though? Listen, I want you to listen very carefully to me, okay? Destiny 3 could be successful. I believe it. I'll say it another way. I'll say this directly to PlayStation. Okay? Jesus, it was only a little leaven. Hey, are you going to sit here? You going to try and spiritualize me getting a little money from Bungie? Of all the companies, they owe me. They owe me a lot. I mean, a lot. And I mean a little sponsored say, frick you, Camille. In any case, I'm going to say it this way. Okay? I'm going to say this straight to PlayStation. If you don't think that you could figure out a way to make money off of Destiny 3, then just stop all of your live service efforts. Just stop. Because if you can't figure out how to make that property profitable, then you're hopeless. You're hopeless. Pack it up. Seriously. Pack it up. Get Gorilla on the phone right now. Cancel Horizon Hunters Gathering. Like, if you can't figure out how to make Destiny 3 profitable, then you might as well just stop live service altogether. It's a long-running franchise. So whether or not you hand the franchise to somebody else, or figure out a way to get Bungie operational costs lower. If you can't figure these things out, then stop. Just stop trying to do live service. You clearly aren't going to back something that actually has a shot. So what are you going to do? You're going to push out fair games? Oh, I'm sorry. It's called break-in. Which, break-in? Like, it doesn't even sound good. Who's coming up with these names for games, dude? Is that the argument? Destiny 3 or nothing? No. Track with what I'm saying. I want you to zoom all the way out. And I want you to think about PlayStation looking at the gaming market, and they think continued investment into new live service games, they think that's worth their time. If they cannot figure out a way to get a Destiny 3 into the market and profitable, then homies, pack it up. Stop trying to do live service then, PlayStation, because this is a game that you could hand to another studio. You could figure out a way, again, to strip down Bungie and make them more lean and then make profit. What you think you're going to make a bunch of money on Horizon Hunters Gathering or Fair Games? It doesn't make any sense. It's like I'm walking through the business logic of it. If you're going to justify continual investment in the live service, if you can't solve the Destiny 3 puzzle, then get out of live service. You got a 12-year running franchise, and you got all these people playing it, like 1 million unique logins a day from a free update. And if you can't figure that out, then just stop. This is too hard for you to noodle it out. Just forget it. Pack it up. Stop doing live service, PlayStation. Save your money. Invest in your single-party studios. And just quit. Quit. If you can't figure this puzzle out, then you're not going to be able to figure live service out anyway. Give us Destiny 3 or no live service at all is a bit of a stretch. Of course it's a stretch when you shadow box and don't argue against what I just said. I didn't say give us Destiny 3 or no live service at all. I mean, yeah, repackage the argument and straw man it. Sure, that's a stretch. I'm not saying that. I'm saying if you're going to continue to invest money in live service and you can't solve this riddle, then you don't know what you're doing. You'll never figure live service out. You're just going to keep backing bad projects like Concord or Fair Games or Horizon Hunters Gathering. Like, if you can't figure out how to make a long-standing franchise have success in live service, this is too hard for you. You guys don't know what you're doing. Get out. Just get out of live service. I'm not saying give me Destiny or don't do live service. I'm saying if from a business perspective you can't crunch the numbers and make this piece of property work, then you don't have a prayer. You don't have a prayer. I'm speaking about the business aspect of it. Like, they're budgeting tons of money for live service. If Destiny 3 is too hard for you to figure out, then what prayer does the rest of this stuff have that you're working on? He's saying if you can't make Destiny work, you can't make anything work because it's low-hanging fruit. That's what I'm saying. Thank you. I need to talk more like Creature, I guess. That's what I'm saying. If you can't make Destiny work, it's a dunker. You just got to hand it to a studio whose operational costs aren't as high as Bungie. Like, if you can't figure this out, then you're hopeless in this environment. You're hopeless. You're going to keep shipping things like Concord, Fair Games, and Horizon Hunters Gathering. Let's just do a little experiment. I want you to look at Concord, look at Horizon Hunters Gathering. I want you to look at Fair Games, and then I want you to look at Destiny. Which property do you think has metal and durability and potential longevity? Which property? Which one? Like, look at the things that PlayStation has greenlit and are bringing to the market. Like, look at Horizon Hunters Gathering and tell me, who knows more about live service, PlayStation or Bungie? I have people to thank. Hang on one second. OA with a $10 super chat. Let's face it, Bungie won't leave their place because there's a steakhouse right across the street. That's probably why. And 2 5 bombs came in. A 5 bomb from Matt and a 5 bomb from Jack Garland. I don't see how we can reference a game we don't even know has seen a week of dev time and say figure this out or give up. It doesn't make sense to me. So when you have looked at like live service games, you know, I've covered and watched live service games for 10 years. And every single time I look at a game and I'm like, that's not going to have any longevity. That's not going to have broad appeal. I haven't missed yet. As soon as I touched Arc Raiders, I was like, this has got the special sauce. I thought extraction shooters were like, nope, they're going to be too punishing. They're going to be too hard. And then Arc Raiders comes out and they're like, well, we made a PvE game in disguise. Like, if you actually look at the player breakdown of Arc Raiders, it proves everything I said about Arc Raiders correct. Before the game launched, I was like, if it's just a punishing extraction shooter and you're just getting killed by people, you're not going to have a player base. And 66% of that player base is not focused on PvP. They're not. 2/3 of the player base doesn't really focus on PvP. It's not interesting to them. That means people go in and play that game with a PvE focus. So even Arc Raiders had to structure their game around the things I was saying. Now, they weren't watching my streams. I'm just saying, like, when I've looked at live service games and I'm like, no. These have no shot. They have no shot. And it just keeps happening. And when I look at Horizon Hunters Gathering and what they're doing with their testing, and then I look at the concept of fair games, I'm here to tell you, those games don't have a shot. They don't have a shot. They don't have broad appeal. There will be no longevity. Everything I said about Marathon was going to happen has happened. Do you know what I'm saying? I've been watching for those 10 years. I have zero heat for your record or prediction commentary. Right, but that's what I'm basing this off of. Like, I am doing a little bit of, like, what I would consider to be, like, at some level, like, expertise analysis here. It's like, and it's not even me. I just think there's a general vibe you get from games. Like, people looked at Horizon Hunters Gathering and they were like, there was a natural sort of aversion to it. There's an art style problem. There's a game flow problem. It doesn't even look like the IP problem. Like, my point is very simple. If you can't look at what has happened with Destiny 2 after a free update, Destiny 2 has been out for, let me zoom out here so I can get this chart to work. Destiny 2 has been out for 9 years. Look what a free update did. A free update. They're getting 1 million unique logins a day. Now, this is what I would call a silver platter setup. It's like you have this game is on a silver platter for you. They're showing you, hey, there's people here. They'll come and play. They won't just come and play for one day. They're going to keep coming back and playing. All right? That, if you can't look at this and say, can we make this work? Then get out of live service. Because live service in general is 10 times harder with a new IP. It's like 10 times harder with the new IP because no one's loyal yet. No one's tethered. No one has any nostalgic attachment to what you're doing whatsoever. Now, we've had people talk about this. MMOs have gone through very similar situations, right? Like, the classic version of the MMO is more popular. The previous version of the MMO is more popular. It's hard to get people to go to the new MMO. Why? Because they're familiar, they're comfortable, they have their third space. That's why it's always going to be harder for the new IP in live service to outshine the incumbent. It's just going to be so much more challenging. Now, that's within MMOs where you're going from like MMO 1 to 2, and it's the same brand, it's the same world, and they still struggle. So imagine trying to launch fair games, which I think they're going to call break-in now. It's, you know, a competitive heist game where you go in and try and steal, and then when you're trying to get out, people are trying to stop you. I want you to imagine trying to get a player base that looks like this out of that game. It ain't happening. It ain't happening. I'd bet a year's salary that they're never going to see this level of commitment and durability and engagement for break-in, formerly known as Fair Games $. Like, that's my point, is that if you can't figure out Destiny 3, then you are done. You're done. This is too easy. This is so much easier than these other games. Now, the cost to run Bungie is something that I'm just kind of assuming in my point going forward. I'm just assuming in my point that solving Destiny 3, you've got to solve the operational costs. And again, maybe you give it to somebody else. Maybe you license it. I don't know. There's 900,000 unique logins a day. 927 unique logins a day. More than a week after a free update. Come on. I hear what you're saying, but they're still talking about D3 like it's coming in the next year or two. It may never be. No. I'm not talking like that. I'm not saying it would be here in the next 2 or 3 years. What I'm saying is, from a business perspective, if you had me consulting at the table right now and I was talking to the board of directors of PlayStation, I would say, if you can't get people together that understand budgets, cost, allocation of resources, human resources, if you can't put together a team of people to solve the Destiny 3 equation, then you might as well quit, because that's an easy thing to solve compared to how are you going to make money off of a brand new IP like Break-In? If you can't solve Destiny 3, then you might as well stop investing money in live service. Just reallocate those funds to single-player studios or DLC. Or, I don't know, spin up smaller studios to do, spin-offs within your own games. Because like Miles Morales did incredibly well. You'd be better off doing that. Nova says, I think we're also forgetting the part of Destiny 1's initial success hinged on the fact that it came from a studio that made Halo. The success was built on the back of a huge franchise and its player base. There are a lot of things that went into Destiny 1 surviving what it shouldn't have survived. Certainly that is true. There was nothing else to play at the time. Like right now, if you don't like a live service game when it comes out, guess what you can do? You can go back to Fortnite or Apex or Warzone or any other live service game that's been running for years. When Destiny 1 came out, if you didn't want to play Destiny, there wasn't anything else you could play like that. There was no third space game back then that you could just go live in. Not on console. There literally wasn't. I mean, yeah, you could hang out in Call of Duty lobbies and yell slurs at each other, but like, there was no third space back then in gaming on console. Destiny was it. So even though it was dead or dry or drab or vacant, it was like, that's it, boys. If you wanted the game to play every day and live in and feel like it was a place for you to go, Destiny was it. That's not true now. Here we are 12 years later. There are people that live in Final Fantasy XIV, and they live in Fortnite, and they live in Warzone. They live in Arc Raiders. It is significantly harder now to launch live service because of that. That's a whole other factor of why new IPs struggle. Because guess what's going to happen? The new car smell wears off really quickly because you're like, well, this game's fun. This game is fresh and new. Cool. And as soon as you have a couple of bad play sessions, you're like, yeah, you know what? This game kind of sucks and blows. I don't have 100 hours in this game. I'm not vested in this game. I'm going to go back to my home game. That's the advantage that you have with Destiny. It's millions of people's home game. Yes, they stopped playing because you drove them away. You were making bad content. You were bleeding the game's, leadership. You were seeding incubation from Destiny leadership. So of course people stopped playing. But that's the point I'm making. This is people's home game. It's where they go back to. Here's the fair pushback. You might be like, well, Lono, is that going to be true in 4 years? Is that going to be true? Because by the time this thing gets made and brought to the market, that's like 4 years from now, dude. That's low estimate, by the way. 4, maybe 5. Is it still going to be people's home game? I believe it will. I believe everybody's going to want to come home. Everybody's going to want to come home. New people are going to want to try it out. People that tried Destiny 1 but never tried Destiny 2 might be like, you know what, I want to try that out. People will come home. You got to have some faith. You've got to have some faith. If you don't have any hope or faith that this many millions upon millions, like how many unique logins has the game had in the 12 years? What is it, like 37 million unique logins over that time? They tried it when it was free. They tried it with their buds. Like 12 years running, you have like 30 something million people have played the game at least once. And you're like, yeah, in 4 years, everybody will have forgotten about it. No, they wouldn't. If anything, 4 years is what you need. You need some vacancy. You need some silence. I think silence is so potent these days. We're so media addled. We're just so bombarded all day with stuff. And then all of a sudden, in 4 years, you hear a low French horn start to swell. And you're like, is this? And the screen's black. And you're like, no, it's not. No, it isn't. And slowly out of the black, the light fades up. And you see the Destiny logo. And you see a 3 slowly take shape behind it. And the music starts to swell. And you think, it's here! They did it! Like, people would lose their dadgum minds. It wouldn't be like, yeah, but it's been 4 years. Yeah, I don't care. There's no way. There's no way. Look at the way people have reacted to the Kingdom Hearts announcement. Losing their minds. Why? Because it's finally here. They're like, it's here. They lose their minds. Like, I'm telling you, people would lose their minds. Like, you can see it happens. People go crazy when the thing finally shows up. They've been waiting, and they've been waiting, and they've been waiting, and then it's here. It's finally here, and then they go crazy. I don't think people understand the potency and the power. A $5 super chat from Jimmy Mack. If all reports are true about Sony targeting Bungie for vengeance, it paints Sony in the most horrible light. It's not true. It's not true. There's not a world where there's like a Sony revenge arc here. That's not what's going on. Kingdom Hearts 4 going to be peak for real? How long have you guys waited for the Kingdom Hearts 4 announcement? How long? How long did you wait? Huh? Tell me. I need the fans to tell me. How long did you wait? How many years has it been? I feel like every year, every showcase, every time people are like, Kingdom Hearts? Is Kingdom Hearts going to be here? You guys getting more of that Kingdom Hearts? When are we going to be out here about Kingdom Hearts 4? It's been long enough. The moon cycled through, and I think now there's some clues and some breadcrumbs on Twitter. There's this guy on this one art team, and he made a little winky face. I think we're going to get Kingdom Hearts 4 this year. And it was like, what in the frick, man? How long have you guys waited? That was trailer 2. Basically, it's been like 3 years since trailer 1. 6 years. Since 2018, 7. I rest my case. A popular and beloved franchise. People have been waiting and waiting and waiting for the thing to come out. And they finally dropped the trailer, and look at it go. Look at it go. Look at the trends. Look at the viewership. That's potency. That's power. We were really been waiting for the second trailer. Okay, DP Sage, drop a teaser, drop an announcement for Destiny 3, and then just shut up for like 4 years. Kingdom Hearts 4 proves that when people are anticipating and wanting and hoping, and you've got a player count that can do this on a free update, then do it. If you can't solve the Destiny 3 puzzle, then get out of live service, because it's a dunker. It's easy. You just have to figure out who can make it for less money than a studio in Bellevue, Washington. And if most of Bungie is remote, this could be an easy solution. Yeah, you might have to renegotiate pay cuts with people. Would you like to continue to make a decent living, or would you like to not have a job? That might be the way forward, honestly. A $10 super chat from Jakers. How long do people wait for the GTA 6 announcement? And then Kilted Heathen, a $2 super chat. There were 13 years between Kingdom Hearts 2 and 3. I'm telling you. I remember, Lono, when the Soros trailer dropped. Yeah, when Housemarque's logo popped up, I shouted. I was so thrilled when I got to interview Rahul Kohli, and he said that he argued for that. He's like, I'm not the reveal. He's like, I'm not not a big name. You know, I'm known, but it's not like having Tom Cruise or something in your game. He was like, you put Housemarque at the end, and people are gonna lose their minds. And I went ballistic. Why? Because I'm like, these guys are it. They are him. They make great game. I can't wait to play this game. As soon as Housemarque popped up, I screamed. And it's like, I'm here to tell you, you plant the seed now, and in 4 or 5 years, that Destiny 3 trailer, that next trailer drops, it's going to be just like what happened with Kingdom Hearts 4. You have all these people waiting, and every year they're like, please, please, please. What do you think would happen if a Bloodborne trailer dropped? Look at what happened with Silksong. Do you guys remember what happened with Silksong? The OA with the $5 super chat. Imagine the earnings call on Sony being like, hey, shareholders, we got Bungie because of revenge, right? Broken Earth with the plus. A member plus says, Ocarina of Time almost got me ready to buy a Switch 2. Also 16 months. Let's go. How much time was there between the first and second Hollow Knight games? 8.5 years. The first Hollow Knight came out in 2017. People waited like 7 years for an update, a trailer, a release date, an announcement about Silksong. Like, we knew they were making it, and we waited for years, and then it took over. I'm telling you, I feel like I should put together a PowerPoint presentation and show these timelines for games like Hollow Knight and Kingdom Hearts 4 and be like, what you people don't understand, what your marketing geniuses don't seem to be understanding is, if you have a fan base, if you have a following, if you have fandom, making them wait is not as bad as you might think. It isn't. I think what's happening is they're getting lulled into this idea of like, well, it's an attention economy, and we have to constantly be in front of people. And in an attention economy, you can't be quiet. You have to keep talking. You have to keep staying in front of people. I think that's why Xbox won't shut the frick up. They literally believe like you got to stay in front of people. And it's like, look at the Silksong trailer when it finally dropped. Look at the Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer when it finally dropped. This is proof that if you go quiet and you finally show up, people will go ballistic. You will win the attention economy by sheer brute force of volume. Everybody's going to be watching your trailer and talking about it. Good golly, I can't be the only person that sees this. It's like, look at these franchises and look how long people waited, and then they go crazy. And it's like, you have that with Destiny. You have that. Street Chatter with a $10 super chat. I hope people understand you will not hear about D3 or future Destiny content is greenlit. Sony is not Microsoft. They're not going to tell you about a game before they are all aligned and will release it. I mean, maybe. I could see them announcing it. Their intention to build an oppressor about, like a press release about they're going to need to hire talent. If they restructure Bungie, especially Street Shadow, I know what you're saying is true in general about PlayStation, but this is a very different situation. We're talking about one of their largest studios potentially going through a severe restructuring. And you have to cast a vision of strength to your shareholders as well as to the public, and as well as if you're trying to procure talent for this, homie, how many people right now are sitting without a job in gaming because they got laid off, and they would like push their grandmother down the stairs to work on Destiny 3? You know what I'm saying? They'd be like, out of the way, Granny. I'm working on Destiny 3. Like, there are so many people who would kill to work on a Destiny 3. Madam heard that.
That's really people can hate their own parents, but not their grandmother.
People can hate their own parents, but not their grandmother.
Yeah, you've got people, and they're like, I don't touch my mom, I don't touch my dad.
Mom, I've met some nasty grandmothers, though, and I've watched a lot of Disney movies. You know, those grandmas can be pretty evil. I don't know.
So you're saying...
I'm just saying there might be a grandma that deserves to be pushed down the stairs, you know?
So you're saying they're going to do what needs to be done?
Yeah, like if she, poisoned your hamster because she didn't like it. Like, you know, maybe she deserves a little nudge towards heaven.
Towards heaven, grandma's like that.
But for real, there's so many devs right now that aren't working that would jump. They would jump at the chance to work on Destiny 3. My grandma stopped paying on the house and sent it overseas, so the bank took the house and left us homeless. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's a grandma that you just accidentally sneeze. Sorry, Granny. You know what I'm saying? And then down she goes, you know? Sometimes they have it coming. Rogue Necro with 53 months in a VIP. Remember how people reacted when they saw Elder Scrolls 6 and some mountains? You're telling me Destiny 3 on a black background with some music wouldn't blow up the gaming world. That's what I'm saying. You just drop that hint and then that's it. I mean, look, again, I'm going to keep referencing. I think this is probably one of the best ways I've approached this, because we've talked about how silence is potency before. We've had this debate many, many times, but when that Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer dropped, I'm telling you, that is Exhibit A. And then Silk Song's another great example of when people are sitting around waiting for a game to finally show up that they know is being made, and you haven't said anything. Oh my gosh, the strength and the power that you have. And every year they're mad you're not there. Every year they yell and scream and complain and whine and go to Reddit and all the theories, all the alleged leakers, all the breadcrumbs, all the clues that they were trying to piece together, and they're mad. You know what that is? Those are just tiny feathers in your cap. It's like they want the game. You've got them. It's not like Silk Song was like, well, we better just ship the game because nobody's going to want it if we wait too long. Kingdom Hearts 4 wasn't like, well, we better push out the game earlier than we were planning because nobody's going to want it if we wait too long. Do you think that that's true? Silk Song broke like every storefront that it launched in. Jaja Church with 30 months. We're a 10 bomb away from 175. We need 500 for the Saturday stream. It's looking grim, boys. You guys are going to have a tough Friday tomorrow. Thank you, Jaja, for the setup. Is it possible that Sony has a dedicated team working on D3 that's not Bungie? Considering the massive layoffs, there's no way Bungie is doing it. If the layoffs are true, and they do lay off half of the studio, there are so many other things I'm curious about. What are they going to do with the property? What are they going to do with the franchise? Are they going to license it? Are they going to hand it to another team? I truly don't know. I called it. I didn't know the exact date, but I knew Rockstar would start their marketing campaign either this month or sometime in July. Yeah, no, you were right on that front, Christopher. I didn't think they were going to do anything till August. I got that one wrong. I told you guys in the Discord, well, it was like a week or two ago. I said, I think their marketing is going to be unconventional and they're going to use like TikTok and stuff. And then just this week, Strauss Zelnick did an interview with like the TikTok street interviewer guy. And I said, that wasn't an accident. That was planned. I said, the marketing's getting ready to spin up. And that's way earlier than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be August. Yeah, I thought it was going to be August. But that interview, when that hit, I went to the Discord and I said, they're starting and it's going to look like this. They're going to do like little viral clips and stuff like that because that's in the game. A $5 super chat from Sirius says, I'm a few minutes behind. I'm dying laughing at Granny going down the stairs. I just know there's some devs right now sitting at home and they're like, he's out of line. He's out of line, but he's right. And Jaja Church with the 5 bomb gets us to 170. At 175, I owe you guys a member. Whoever hits it gets it. Twitch or YouTube. Who's going to hit the 175? Did you miss it? Rockstar announced pre-order start June 25th. That's literally what I'm talking to you about. That yes, I was wrong. They're clearly starting the marketing now. Yeah, I'm saying that I was wrong. You said they were going to do it any week now. And I was like, nah, it's not going to be until August. I feel like you said July, but I can't remember. I thought it was August. I was wrong. Yeah. Yeah. The Strauss-Zelnick interview was clearly like the rumble before the real thunder crack. It was like, something's about to happen, you know. By the way, if you guys have not hit the like button yet on YouTube, do me a favor and do that. I appreciate you guys so much. Continuing to support the channel. And we're also watching the news. You know, I've got like a backup stream planned and ready to go. I wasn't sure if anything else was going to happen with, like, you know, we're hearing rumblings about more Xbox Studios and stuff. But for now, I've wanted to talk about this for quite a bit, and when we saw this leak about like 50% of Bungie was going to be getting laid off, I was like, well, we got to talk about that. That's pretty serious. I mean, that's a lot of people. If we just take the leak at face value, I mean, whew, it is, yeah. So you think the trailer will release next week as pre-orders go live, or do you think it'll leak again? It could be like the day before. Like, hey, pre-order tomorrow. I don't know. So Lono in chat, a little video game dev info. If they greenlight Destiny 3, you don't start development with a large team. It starts with a small team, concepting story and mechanics. Layoff doesn't mean D3 is going to a different team. Once ready for full development, you hire in code dev. So what you're saying is the Bungie layoffs could happen. Oh, I missed your resub. Malice1, thank you so much for resubscribing with your Prime over there on Purple. I'm sorry I missed that. Okay, so they could lay off, the Bungie layoffs could happen. They could lay off 400 something people and still greenlight Destiny 3 and then like slowly build up. Guys, the like count didn't move at all. Make sure it's saving your likes, or make sure you didn't forget to do it. It's a lot of you guys might be lurking, which we love our lurkers, but don't forget to give that old like button a smack. It only went up by like 6. That's not normal. It's probably doing that thing again where you got to make sure it saved it. But if they lay off those 400 people, they could still greenlight a Destiny 3. They totally could. They could be like, oh no, yeah, we're still doing that. We're not letting this franchise die, and we're gonna slowly build a team to work on it. I mean, that certainly is the case. Stripping the team down, stripping Bungie down. I mean, it stands to reason that even the people working on Marathon could end up getting shuffled back into the Destiny home. You know what I mean? Otherwise, they would have to hold off all the devs on retainer, as there wouldn't be an active project for them that wouldn't work. Right. Okay, so a lot of people, the corroboration from Paul Tassi on this, I had to point out the fact that, like, he wasn't saying that he had, like, concrete info. What he was saying was, he was basically saying he is looking at the fact that nothing has been greenlit. Okay? Nothing has been greenlit. And if nothing has been greenlit, he's like, what are you going to do with those 400 people? What are you going to do with those 400 people? What are you going to do with them? And his mindset is, well, yeah, if they don't have anything to work on, they're going to get laid off. This is true for game development and any app development of all kinds. What would you have the live game dev work on while you are concepting the gameplay mechanics? This is one of the challenges that I think Bungie always had, is that they were always maintaining the previous game while working on the new game. And yes, financially, that does kind of make sense, that you're going to continue to need those people to work on things, and you're going to continue to have to, like, you know, give them projects and things to work on. But, like, if you basically just completely and utterly stop the pipeline that is working on Destiny 2 and they all start working on Destiny 3, that doesn't necessarily work, because there's things they won't even be able to do. You know what I mean? There's stuff that they won't even be able to do. They're going to be like, yeah, no, this is what we typically work on. This is what we typically ship. We can't do that if the game isn't even built yet. If the game isn't even up and running, what are we supposed to work on? Let's be real. Bungie's been a net negative for Sony since 2022. The layoffs will keep the doors open to maintain Marathon. There will be no Destiny 3 from Bungie. Another studio, maybe. I'm still not willing to accept that they're just going to flat out say no Destiny 3. It just doesn't stand to reason. It just doesn't stand to reason. The property again the property is just too valuable. The property is too long standing. As we just said, if people are showing that level of interest and that excitement, they'll wait. The trailer would be extremely potent if it dropped a long time from now. It 100% would. It 100% would. I don't believe at all. I don't believe at all they're just going to let the franchise die. I just think that's absurd. I think that would be such a blemish on PlayStation as a company. Such a blemish to be like, yeah, you let Destiny die. You laid off half of Bungie. Like, think about how people look at layoffs and the optics on layoffs. Do you think anybody's going to be like, oh yeah, it's all Bungie's fault? Yes, the highly tuned in people that are like really, really dialed in will know that, like, yeah, this is mostly Bungie's fault and Pete Parsons' fault. The rest of the gaming world is going to be like, man, I can't believe PlayStation frickin' did that. I can't believe PlayStation did that, man. Can you believe it? They laid off half the studio. That's crazy. I see people in gaming spaces with YouTube channels and active Twitter accounts, and they're acting like this is all PlayStation's fault. And it's like, you're that close to the industry, and your analysis is that bad. What do you think the rest of the public's going to think? You got people that are like face against the glass, watching and observing the entire gaming industry, and they're just like, yep, this is all PlayStation's fault. What do you think John Q. Public's going to think when half of Bungie walks out the door? They're going to be like, I can't believe PlayStation did this. I don't think the optics matter, though. I think they do. I think it's the only reason Marathon is still alive. I think it's the only reason Marathon came to the market. Because PlayStation could not have another dead live service game on their watch. If it dies, it dies. You know the Rocky meme with Dolph Lundgren standing there? If he dies, he dies. That's their attitude. Like, if Marathon dies, it dies. We're not killing it. PlayStation can't be seen in the view of the public taking another game behind the woodshed and telling it to look at the pretty flowers. They can't do that again. The optics matter because if you are going to bring live service games to the market, you need people to trust you. Imagine after what happened with Concord, like 6 months later, PlayStation dropped Fair Games. What do you think would have happened? People would have been like, didn't you guys just have an abysmal failure? Didn't you guys just launch a bad live service game? I don't want to derail your topics. I was just curious, are you going to touch on the GTA 6 cover art and react today? I mean, other than saying that it looks cool, there's not much for me to say. We'll probably cover that next week, day before and day of, because day before I'm anticipating there'll be some pretty significant push. Maybe a trailer. With all the live service games Sony has tried to push out and continuously failed, they don't actually understand what's going into having the long-standing live service game. What games do you feel like they've pushed out and failed? I mean, I know there's Concord, but what are the other ones you're talking about? Do you have what ones are you thinking of, ADJC? That's why Marathon won't shut down. They're going to do whatever they can to try to make Marathon work before giving up and greenlighting another project. What you're saying matters more if it's $40 as opposed to free. What I'm saying matters more if what is $40 instead of free. What game are you referring to? Who in their right minds would give Bungie $500 million to make Destiny 3? I have zero trust in Bungie. I think Sony has little to no trust in Bungie. If D3 is made, it'll be a different studio. I think that's a very distinct possibility. Yes, if these layoffs happen, they start with a small team at Bungie to scope out what a Destiny 3 could look like, and then it ends up getting handed to another studio. I mean, There might be people at Gorilla and there might be people at Bend that really want to work on a shooter and they really want to work on a live service shooter. And you'd let them know, hey, in about 2 years, we're going to need you over here. You know? This was debunked, was it not? I opened my browser to see this. No wonder why people have dumb takes on their sources aren't even honest. Debunked is not what I would call it, Joker Quinn. Paul Tassi does not have the power to debunk what that man claimed. Tassi is merely making the observation that that's not what he's hearing. Now, I tend to agree with Tassi's take that, like, it doesn't make any sense. If Sony internally has deduced that their live service problems are because of Bungie, then we're going to have to get a whole lot of information before I would buy that. I don't buy that for a minute. Now, again, this is going to sound a little crazy. This might sound a little conspiratorial, but there's a timeline that allows for Bungie to be the one that nudged PlayStation toward buying Firewalk. Bungie was purchased first, and then a year later, Firewalk was purchased, and we know there were significant portions of leadership at Firewalk that were from Bungie. John Wisniewski, Josh Hamrick, I forget the other guy's name, not Truman, Claude. It was Claude, it was John, and Josh. They all ended up over there. Yeah. Now, if Bungie went nudge, nudge, Herman, I'd snag those guys. I think they got a winner. I think they got a banger. Some of those guys are from over here, and they know what they're doing. And if that nudge was what pushed and prompted PlayStation to buy Firewalk, they might have turned around and been like, what the frick did you have us buy? What a disaster that was. Right now, that's not absolving PlayStation of blame. Herman Holst and Shuhei Yoshida both thought Concord was worth greenlighting. I mean, Herman Holst really had high praise for Firewalk in that game. He deserves scrutiny over that bad judgment. But there's a timeline where Bungie went, I'd get those guys. And as the dust settled, PlayStation's looking at Bungie like, you mother, like, what did you have us do? I still don't buy it. I don't think that Sony would have some sort of a revenge angle against Bungie. If that even happened, I don't think companies like this sit and move like that. Like holding a grudge. I think you're barking up the right tree now with Firewalk. I'll say it this way. If there's any merit to what this Frenchman is saying, all right, which he might be feeling pretty good after Mbappe's performance. He might be feeling pretty good as a Frenchman, but if there's any credence to what he's saying, I would look at it more like this. This is what I would look at it. We brought you guys in to help us with live service, and one of the first things you pushed us to do, this is hypothetical, one of the first things you pushed us to do was to buy Firewalk. It blew up in our face. Then you basically tell Naughty Dog they're going to have to become a live service studio, and they cancel Factions, and then we're watching Arc Raiders explode, and we're thinking, man, that game's really adjacent to what we were kind of building, and you basically encourage the studio to cancel it. And now we've got these other titles that you are like, yeah, go ahead, go forward with Fair Games, go forward with Horizon Hunters Gathering. It was already a PS5 game before Bungie. PlayStation invested in them way before Bungie, though, way before. I'm talking about the purchase, Paul. There's a timeline where the purchase of Firewalk was something that Bungie encouraged them to do. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm saying the only way what this guy's saying has merit if along the way Bungie was giving them advice that turned out to be really bad advice. I'm just coming up with the theory. That's all I'm doing. There's a theory here that, like, if there's any merit to what this man is saying, that, like, PlayStation's got it in for Bungie, it's like there'd have to be a pattern of bad advice. Because he's talking about revenge with respect to their games as a service strategy, like they're blaming Bungie. I didn't buy it. I'm like, PlayStation's failings in live service are their own fault. I tweeted that last night. I was like, no. There's not a world where you're going to convince me that PlayStation's in this situation with live service because of Bungie. They literally bought Bungie in because they didn't know what the frick they were doing, and then they demonstrated that they didn't know what the frick they were doing when they launched Concord, greenlit Fair Games, and Horizon Hunters Gathering, had Blue Point working on a God of War live service game, and Bend was working on a live service game. Yeah, it's obvious you don't know what you're doing. It's obvious that you need Bungie. I don't see how you can look at that and be like, yeah, it was Bungie's fault all this stuff happened. Like, Bungie came in too late. Bungie had to be onboarded, by the way. They didn't even look at Helldivers 2. They didn't have a chance. Like, Helldivers 2 doesn't even get credited to them. So I don't think so. The only way this works, the only way there's some sort of a, Sony's got it in for Bungie angle, right? The only way that's true is if somewhere along these lines, these decisions were made at the behest of like Bungie saying, we think you should do that. Then it makes sense that PlayStation's turning around and be like, I tell you what, you gave us bad advice multiple times, and now you're in a terrible situation, and you're really overvalued yourself. So, I'll tell you what. We're stripping you down to the studs. Like, I could see a world where that might be happening. I think it probably has way more to do with the fact that the company's very expensive to run, and their current properties are generating too small of amount of money. It's just a basic calculation. Like, just apply Occam's razor. The easiest answer here, the most simplistic answer to why they're facing significant downsizing is they're a big company. They're one of the biggest that PlayStation owns. They're very expensive to run, and the things they're working on aren't generating enough money. It's that simple. It literally is a simple equation. Oh, this is a shame because I love Marathon. Welcome back, Blue Accent Gaming with a VIP. Let me add you to the total. This isn't Xbox. PlayStation is just going to waste billions of dollars for a decade to keep Bungie going. Yeah, I mean, that certainly is something that we've been commentating on. That one of the things that's frustrating about how, Xbox managed everything is they were just throwing money, and eventually it's like, well, now Daddy Microsoft is going to say, hey, your bill comes due, right? And that certainly is the case. That certainly is the case with Bungie. The bill's coming due, and Sony's like, we don't feel like paying this anymore. It's too expensive to keep you guys operating. $1,600 devs down to 400. Kill off Destiny 2. What's the goal? I don't know if they were ever up to 1,600. I think at max they were at like 1,200. They're now around 800. And we're talking about taking them down from 800 to about 400. So somebody on Twitter said Reforge Gaming calling it DOA because he thinks he's some live service expert because he played Destiny. Aww. I said Concord would flop. It did. I said Marathon would have no staying power. It didn't. And I'm now saying that I think Fair Games and Horizon Hunters Gathering won't have longevity. I said Splitgate wouldn't have longevity. It didn't. I said X Defiant wouldn't have longevity. It didn't. I don't think I'm a live service expert. I've covered them and observed them and made predictions about them for 10 years. And my batting average speaks for itself. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's not hate. It's like, that's what's interesting too, is like, these are the type of people that are like, well, you're just a pony. And it's like, well, then why am I saying that PlayStation games are going to fail and flop? Why would I do that if I was a pony? Wouldn't I defend them? Like, I don't know. Jay Barry's the one interacting with him. I don't know if Jay Barry was one of those guys on Concord, but I'll tell you this. There were plenty of ponies on Twitter going real hard, galloping around for Concord, and I was like, this game is trash and will not go anywhere. It's dead on arrival. I played the demo with my nephews. After 3 matches, I said, there's nothing here. I came back and told everybody why the game wasn't going to make it, and it had the shortest run. Now, I could take credit for calling High Guard's demise, but like, I think we all said that. But so like, come on. That was like telling everybody that a car was going to crash as it was rolling off the cliff. Brooklyn says, talk your yeah, like if you've been calling it this long for 10 years and you have this many, if you have this many ones hitting the target, like, I'm sorry, like you got this all wrong, mate. Like, I'm not hating on games. I just like, this is quite literally the hardest game type to launch. Thank you, Brooklyn, for your prime. It's ridiculously difficult. It's extremely challenging. And when you've got one more game that looks like a limited time mode in Fortnite and you're hunting monsters, I'm like, nah, sorry, there's nothing here. There's nothing here. I had so many people telling me how much fun they were having with Concord. I had so many people telling me how much fun they had with Marathon. I had so many people telling me how much fun they were having in X Defiant. I had so many people telling me how much fun they were having in Splitgate. Where are all those games now? I've been in this conversation so many times, I think I'm in a simulation some days. I'm like, yeah, this is just the simulation glitching. It's like a record skipping. It's like it's trying to get one of these games to work, and I got the same interactions every time. I'm having fun. And it's like, you are? I can't believe you're having fun in a video game. That's not the point. Live service games need longevity. They need longevity. Like, and these games don't have it. You can look at them and you can tell. The funny thing is the only game that I was wrong about actually ended up proving me right was Arc Raiders. I was like, if you have like a hyper punishing extraction shooter, you're not going to be able to keep players for very long. And the Arc Raiders developers were like, we know. We developed an entire matchmaking system around that principle. And 2/3 of the game doesn't even engage in PvP as their primary goal. Like that game is way more popular than I expected, and it got there by literally acknowledging the very thing that I was saying before it came out. Like, you're never going to have a super popular extraction shooter if it's punishing. People will not play that for very long. They're going to walk. They're going to walk. Kill the Justice League. I was wrong in the other direction on Kill the Justice League. I thought they had it. I was like, these guys believe in this game. I was like, they believe in it. And guess what happened? As soon as I got my mitts on the live service aspects of that game, I was like, this game is dead. As soon as I touched the live service aspect of Kill the Justice League, I was like, this is garbage. This isn't going to work. I just believed the devs. I was like, these devs are super passionate. I think they're going to have a good game here. And I was wrong. It wasn't. It was a very bad live service game. So the only time I've been notably wrong was like thinking a game was going to be successful when it wasn't. All these other games, it's like it's not about whether or not you can have fun in them. I mean, I had fun playing through the campaign. I had fun playing through the campaign of Kill the Justice League with Madam, and then we got to the live service stuff, and I was like, this is garbage. This is absolute garbage. Like, what the heck is this? You know what it was? It was a single-player studio taking a crack at live service, and it didn't work. They didn't know what they were doing. Sketch with a $5 super chat. Lono, I just bought a house, and the value dropped lower than what I bought it for. Should I go smash the windows and burn the walls for vengeance? And then Anthony comes back in as a member, and we're at 174. Helldivers and Arc Raiders were successful. It has to be third person. I would say that the popularity of Warzone and Apex Legends makes that, not true. Fortnite helps your argument a teeny bit, but like, there are some pretty popular first-person shooter live service games. Call of Duty Warzone being, one of the biggest. Well, probably the biggest. That's probably the biggest first-person shooter live service game available. And then Apex. I mean, they're both they both have had very good runs. And lest we forget Destiny, the game in the title of today's stream. 12 years. How many new ones? You know, there's a part of me that wonders. There is a part of me that wonders. YouTube seems to be winning. YouTube tends to win. Twitch got a 35% discount today and they can't win. You hate to see it, Twitch. There's a part of me that wonders if there isn't like first-person shooter fatigue sort of in the market. You know, and a 5-bomb comes in from Ginger Prime, and he gets us to 179. And I owe you guys a member over there on YouTube. It's going to be a climb tomorrow to unlock Saturday night. You guys have done it before, though. The cartoon style is definitely better on the outfits, too. There you go. There's the one that I owe. I wonder if Division 3 may reinvigorate the live service genre. Who knows? And another one comes in from Ginger. Ginger's trying to bait somebody to do the 20 bomb. I don't think we've had a 20 bomb this week. It'd be the first one. I think it's been 5s and 10s. I'm pretty sure it's been 5s and 10s. It'd be the first one of the week. We'll see who's going to take the crown. Whoever hits it gets it. I owe that platform a member. Yeah, but I do wonder sometimes if there is like a general first-person shooter fatigue in the market. If people are just like, brother, I've been playing first-person shooters since like Wolfenstein and the first Call of Duty. You know? And Hellfire comes in and renews. And then another gift that comes in from Too Thirsty. Thank you, Thirsty. You know, I think this is a concern here. Thank you, Joker Quinn. Guys, we might have to pivot the show to cover this. This is a pretty big deal. I don't know if you guys have seen this yet. This pertains to GTA 6. This could sink the game. This is a pretty serious indictment here. There's an obvious bisexual lighting color palette here, and I don't I don't know. I don't know if it can. You know what? I apologize. I shouldn't have put that up there. There's a lot of people here that are now. Call your parents. You're gay now. I showed you that tweet without proper warning. So, you know, I'm sorry, I'm married. I'm protected. I'm shielded from it. So, but the rest of you, you're now gay. I'm sorry about that. So, yeah. Hey, you know, call up your homie, you know, see if he's looking to hang out tonight and just let Why are you gay? Gay, I thought it said bi color palette. It does say that, but what it actually does, dude, it has a very, very strong and potent effect. It makes straight dudes, it makes them gay. So, thank you so much, Propane Accessories, for 36 months. Welcome back in. Welcome back in. Thanks for using your Prime on me, keeping it over here on YouTube, on Twitch, I mean. And my man Rissick comes in and gets us to 185, 15 away from 200. That is true. There are a lot of guys that are married and it's a beard. I mean, we know this. So whatever you are, it pulls you in the other direction. That's right. It's like a magnet. It's like a magnet when two magnets come together and they do that. I'm sorry. So, I hate to be the one to tell you. I hate to be the one to tell you. It's not a great place to find that out, you know. It's pretty traumatizing for you guys, I know. And a 5-bomb comes in from Haseo, Mr. Haseo, the man himself. Always. This guy says he's going to play it on the Pro. It's the best place to play. And Colt says, I'm a content creator. I want to access the best quality console capturing. That's on Xbox. What? Rissick brings in another one and gets us to 191. This just in, apparently the Xbox is the best place to capture GTA 6 footage. I didn't know that. That's interesting. We'll have to wait and see what anybody with capture cards has to say about that. Oh, that's everybody that captures footage. I'm sorry. Fletcher comes in with a Prime, and it's 9 months. Says, I've been out of the gaming scene for a while, trying to come back to figure out what's happening. Fletcher, run away. Just run. No, it's actually amazing. An eldest one comes in with a big one, a 10-bomb for Twitch, and gets us to 202. I owe Twitch a member. Thank you, sir. That's very, very kind of you. Never go full, boys. Never go full. I asked Colt to come on the show a while back, and we were trying to work it out. He's willing to come on. You know what I'm saying? I'd be happy to ask him why he thinks that's the best console to capture on, because capture cards just use HDMI, so I don't know what he means. Like, you plug the capture card in with HDMI, so I would think that the PS5 Pro would likely be the best place to capture, given that it's the strongest console on the market. I remember when we were talking about the Series X before it came out, many were saying it was going to be the world's strongest console. So that mattered, right? It mattered. So I would imagine it matters now. And if it matters now, then I would think you would, I don't know. I mean, I'm just doing some napkin math here. I would feel like the PS5 Pro is going to be the best place to capture. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it'll be the Series X. We'll see. Maybe the tools will show up. I mean, they kept talking about the tools showing up. What they didn't tell us is they were going to run YouTube channels. Hey-o! I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding around. Jiminy Christmas. Everybody chill out. Everybody calm down. That was a pretty good joke, though. That wasn't too bad. Someone tweet Digital Foundry. Yeah, they're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong. It's the best console to capture on. Oh, my golly. I can't believe they're still doing this for real. It's so odd. I mean, some of them are doing it for the love of the game. Some of them are doing it for the love of the game, dude. Some of them are doing it because they just love Xbox. You know what I'm saying? I don't really care why. Doesn't matter to me. It's not my channel. I just can't wait till Rockstar hand delivers a PS5 Pro to Digital Foundry to review. John Linneman. Oh, shoot. Here we go again. Yeah, like, doom, doom, doom. John Linneman walks over, opens his door. What's the meaning of this? And they're like, we've brought you your PlayStation 5 Pro. GTA 6 is pre-installed. Oh, no, we're staying the night, John. He's like, oh, well, in that case, let me put the kettle on. Like, what the heck? And Fletcher drops another one, another 10 bomb on Twitch. Gets us to 212. Very generous, Fletcher. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. The first one was eldest one. That one was Fletcher. Fletcher, you just renewed. I'm getting myself confused. So Fletcher did a 10 bomb. Eldest one did a 10 bomb. Oh, it's getting a little interesting over here. It's 52 to 47. We might have a little bit of a contest. He's monetizing Xbox games better than Microsoft. Yeah, I mean, Satya Nadella paid him the biggest compliment ever, didn't he? He was like, Xbox games are better monetized on YouTube than on our own platform. And all the Xbox content creators were like, why, thank you. They're like, we appreciate it. We've been out here putting in the work, man. We've been out here hustling, brother. We've been grinding, and we appreciate you noticing, Satya. I mean, one of my most watched live streams is the Oblivion Remastered. I mean, yeah, I'm not even an Xbox creator. I made pretty good money on that stream. Thanks, Satya. I appreciate you noticing. Can't believe Satya just threw that out there. I'd be terrified working for Xbox right now. Yeah, YouTubers are making more money on our games than we are. Like, wait, what did you just say? Oh, wow. All right. He responded. Okay, what's he talking about? What's he referring to? Let's see. Really, how so? He says format and bitrate are better on Xbox. What are you talking about? You just run it through a capture card with an HDMI cable. I don't know what he's talking about. Too Thirsty with a 5 bomb over here on YouTube. It's 57 to 47, a 10-point lead for YouTube. What's he talking about? He's talking about the HDMI difference? Xbox has full HDMI 2.1. Right, but when I watch a Digital Foundry breakdown, have you ever watched a Digital Foundry breakdown and been like, oh my gosh, the PlayStation footage is just not as good because of the HDMI bit rate? No, you're like, oh look, the frame rate is better and the res and the PSSR and the Pro's looking pretty good. I don't know if I've ever found myself watching a breakdown from Digital Foundry and been like, man, it's unbelievable how bad the footage looks on PlayStation because of the bit rate. This is what I could find in the differences. Xbox typically uses efficient HEVC H.265 for 4K HDR clips, while the PS5 options include VP9, WebM, or MP4 at varying bit rates. Yeah, Narwaffle, what you have just found is how they record like natively on the box itself. When you go in and you say, hey, can you record that footage for me? Anybody worth their weight in salt creating content it might be doing that for gameplay clips because it's easy and quick, but you just run it through a capture card and skip all that. And a gifted from Haseo gets us to 218. Again, it seems ridiculous. DualSense Dave comes in with a prime on purple, 219. Haseo is going to get us to 220. I know what Haseo is doing. He's hoping to tempt somebody to do the 5 bomb. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense because it's not a sensible thing to even say. It's like you know what I'm saying? If there are tech outlets that do this for a living. Haseo with another gifted. There are tech outlets that do this for a living. You're not going to get better footage on a Series X versus a PS5 Pro because of the bit rate. Like, that's not like a thing. That's not a thing. Like that, again, go watch every breakdown Digital Foundry's ever done. You're never going to look at the footage and be like, oh gosh, the Pro footage looks bad because of bit rate or something. Like that's not how this works. And again, you're not breaking down footage like that. You're breaking down resolution, frame rate. You're looking at the PSSR. You might be looking at the ray tracing or the lighting. These are differences between the systems that are going to be broken down in the footage. Not like, oh well, it captures better on Xbox. $20 from Resolve. You've been more right than wrong for years. Also, I'm actually very fatigued of first-person shooters, first-person anything, to be honest. I need The Witcher 4 and Blood of Dawnwalker. D3's a no-brainer. Sony's tripping. And a single gifted comes in from Risic, and a single gifted comes in from Haseo, and we're sitting at 223. Thank you, boys. Capturing internal only. I mean, internal capture on PlayStation is pretty good. I've done it many, many times. And there's another gifted from Haseo to get us at 224. He's going to slow walk this one all the way to 225, and I'll owe YouTube a member. Thank you so much for doing that, Mr. Haseo. Wait, did he just do 221, 222, 3, 4, 5? There it is. I couldn't tell if it was another one or not. Thank you, Haseo. There it is. I owe YouTube a member. You are the man, Haseo. Let me go ahead and add that to the total. If you guys are here watching and you're enjoying the content, do me a quick favor and hit that like button. Try to get us to 400 likes. You can click the join button or just click that $sign in the chat box and consider becoming a member. And there's the Agent of Chaos from Joker Quinn. He's going to bump us at 226. And there's Winged Wheel. He's going to bump us at 227. If you guys want to become a member, there's a $sign right next to the chat. Just click that and pick the $5 member tier. And you get into our Discord and can be a part of all the stuff that we're doing. I love the cover art for GTA 6. Glad they kept the 25 years of GTA tradition of having a helicopter up in the left corner of the corner art. Every GTA game cover art has a helicopter in the same spot. Well, there you go. PlayStation CEO. For in-house single-player games, we will further refine the value of the gaming experience that PlayStation can offer. At the same time, we believe it is important for live service games to reach a wider audience. Why is that being tweeted? Was there some kind of an earnings call or something, or a new interview? Or is he just quoting something old? I've not seen anything in my feed about PlayStation speaking about anything. XCal comes in with 49 months and a VIP and gets us to 228. Thank you so much, XCal. Nobody believed me, but I knew you would come. GTA 6. That's right. Google AI just pointed out to me the bandwidth difference. Not sure how that affects the cap card. How much for GTA 6? We will know in 7 days on the 25th when you can pre-order the game. I'm not getting too in the weeds on the discussion on it because today's not really about that, and we'll likely be doing shows about it in the future. Oh, a Famitsu interview? Is that what that's coming from? Yeah, like if they haven't slammed it in reverse, and I don't think PlayStation would. If they haven't slammed in reverse on their live service efforts, then I don't know why they would they would not want to continue with Destiny 3. GTA 6 waiting room number 69. I think we've only done like 3, right? The last one that we did made sense. I was getting ready to go on a trip, and we had all those leaks that said that was the date the trailer and the pre-orders were going to drop. And it was like, well, let's do this thing. Let's sit around and wait and see what happens. Oh, Mitch Jones got his account back. Okay. I don't know what happened there. Do you think Bungie will fully disappear? I mean, there's a distinct possibility that Bungie as a brand and as a company disappears and they spin much of the company off into other studios. They've, put it in reverse, Terry. Yeah, that's right. Back it up. There's also, evidence that they like to do that. They did that the one time there were going to be layoffs. They absorbed a bunch of people into SIE. Then they spun up the team called LFG and gave them the Gummy Bear project. So I think there's ample reason and ample evidence that they might say, hey, we want to keep these people, or we want to keep some of these projects going, but we don't want to keep Bungie going. I mean, that is possible. I think that's the dilemma that they're facing, is like, we've got a lot of people. What the heck do we do with them? We've got a big piece of property. What the heck do we do with it? It's not a quick decision. It is not a quick decision. You can't just be like, oh, there we go. We figured it out. We're going to do this. It's like there's so many logistics to figure out when a company is this large. It's, do you lay them off? Do you restructure leadership? Do you relocate people? Do you switch more people to work from home or work remote and try to sell the property? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of cards on the table and a lot of plays that they could make, and it's like, I just don't know. It's like I think when a studio is much smaller, you feel like your choices are a lot more straightforward. You either do like a reduction of size to save them, or you just shut them down entirely. When you have a studio the size of Bungie, I don't think the decision is nearly as easy. I don't think it's as easy. They're just such a big company. They are. They aren't. At this moment in time, I think they're the largest PlayStation studio, are they not? I don't think Santa Monica or Insomniac have over 800 employees. What about Guerrilla? Guerrilla might be the only one close. I think they're the largest PlayStation studio. For now. Did you watch any of the Knicks parade? No, I don't have a dog in that fight. I mean, I'm happy for New York, and I'm happy for all y'all that were waiting all this time. But it doesn't matter to me one bit. We should do a guessing game, who buys Ninja Theory. I think the biggest problem facing Ninja Theory is that the market's in a terrible place. The market's in a terrible place. Like, nobody's going to really want to spend money right now. You know what I mean? Nobody is going to want to spend money right now. Like, do you, in the grand scheme of things, do you think anybody is wanting to take on additional operational costs right now? Are they wanting to take on additional operating costs? I don't think so. That's the biggest challenge facing Ninja Theory. They have a great capture studio. They've got pedigree. They're good in Unreal. They're good in mocap. They've got Melina Juergens. They've got a talented team over there. And it's like, Housemarque just up their employees? That's a bit of a misrepresentation. That's not exactly what the man said. The man was saying, since this such and such date, we have grown to 120 employees. That's not a brand new development. No, you cannot pre-order it now, Kitty. You got to wait till the 25th. Sony has over 115,000 staff. I don't know if you were understanding what I was saying. Of all of the studios that they own, I think Bungie is the largest studio. I'm not saying Sony. I'm saying, how many PlayStation first-party studios do they have? All right. What's the biggest studio that they own? I think it's Bungie. Sorry for putting distracting things in the Discord. I mean, Henry's looking great over there. Another challenge is that commercial property in Washington's way down in value due to the current political climate in Washington. Yeah, I don't know what's going on over there, but yeah, the property itself is probably not worth what it once was. That's for sure. Not only that, it's diminished in value, but you're going to have a hard time finding a buyer right now. You know, is anybody going to want to buy that property right now? It's the same problem facing Ninja Theory. You know, Bungie is facing a similar issue. It's like, well, your property has been devalued almost assuredly, given everything going on. More than that, you've also got a game. You got the property that's been devalued. You got all these employees, and you have a market that's likely not going to want to buy that property. Like, no, who wants to buy that right now? Like, and it's huge. It's huge. It's kind of like if you've ever watched that documentary about like Walmart. You know, they come in, they build these big super Walmarts or whatever, and if they ever close down, that property just sits there and rots because nobody needs it. There's not a business or, you know, a venture that can go in and make use of property that is that large. So it just sits there. So similarly here right now, like how many studios are like, you know what I want to do? I want to buy a really, really expensive piece of property in Bellevue, Washington. I mean, you could be looking at within a couple of years, you could be looking at a derelict building, just completely overgrown and you know, just sitting there like a ghost town. I mean, that's very possible. Anytime any institution hits a certain size, it becomes too unwielding. Probably best developers keep smaller teams for future projects. What's your prediction for the GTA 6 game price? 80 base, 100 for early access digital lux. Ain't no way to find a kill me yet. You made it. Dan made it. Just curious, what age would you let your kids play a game like Warframe or GTA 6? I mean, I don't see Warframe and GTA being adjacent to each other. You know, Warframe probably, I'd have to look at it again. It's probably fine now. GTA, they'd need to be an adult. That's a game intended for adults. It's not a game for children. There's content, subject matter, you know, and story elements, language. There's all sorts of things in there that it's not suitable for children. Naughty Dog currently has between 400 and 1,000 employees. Estimates vary because active core staff often fluctuates. Okay, so Naughty Dog could be roughly the same size. Naughty Dog could be roughly the same size as Bungie. You can turn off gore in Warframe for sure. I haven't played Warframe in a really long time, so I have no idea what the content's even like. You know, I have no idea what the content's like. Sony, their best studio's Insomniac by far now. I mean, Insomniac's cadence is a little unfair. It's a little unfair to crank out Spider-Man 1, Miles Morales, and Spider-Man 2 as close together as they did, because it makes it seem like, oh my gosh, and now Wolverine's just around the corner. Like, it seems almost impossible, right? Spider-Man and then Miles and then Spidey 2, they're taking a bit of a cheat code to get that level of cadence. Do you know what I'm saying? Background music going so hard right now. I wasn't sure which song it was. Yeah, Ratchet and Clank. Yeah, they have multiple offices too. Insomniac has multiple offices. I mean, I think one of the things, that's worrisome for Insomniac is they're operating inside of Burbank, and I think that's worrisome. That's expensive. Do you think we could get a Saturday night stream for the first 2 hours of GTA 6 when it drops? Thank you for the $5 super chat. I mean, yeah, maybe. Obviously, we can have all kinds of incentives and goals and stuff like that when GTA 6 drops, and like have Madam playing it, or, what have you. Yeah, I mean that's a ways away, brother. That's November. I mean, I'm not planning content and incentives this far out. Capcom does the same. They reuse items in game. I enjoyed playing Warframe for a bit, but the grind just felt endless, so I had to put it down eventually. You play the Lucia part. She plays the Jason parts. I mean, we could make some really fun content with that game, but I think my worry is it's going to get into content and themes and things that I don't know if I'm going to want to be streaming that. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know how PG-13 your playthrough can be in that game. You know what I mean? If it's consistently landing in like an R-rated thing, it's like there's not much I can do with that as a safe for work broadcaster, as well as just somebody that doesn't like. I just don't align with that kind of content personally. How dare you forget about Astrobot? What do you mean forget about Astrobot? Insomniac didn't make Astrobot. Team Asobi did. Naughty Dog is surely the best. It's only questioned because of a Contro take in Last of Us and people questioning Intergalactic. Well, the biggest problem with Naughty Dog is their cadence got completely disrupted because they were working on the frickin' factions, that The Last of Us Online. They wasted a bunch of time on that. You know what I mean? So that messed them up. It's like, well, yeah, you guys were going to have better cadence. Like, Intergalactic probably would have been out this year, which means you would have waited 6 years for another mainline game from them. And I don't think people would have been complaining about that. I think that's a good amount of time. We're going to wait longer, and it's because of them working on The Last of Us Online. Given how current content, M-rated games are put together nowadays, GTA 6 will 100% get a ban on Twitch and YouTube. No, it won't. Are you crazy? Are you like legit nuts? You think that either of those platforms, YouTube or Purple, they're going to ban the game? Both platforms are going to be swimming in money from those games. Do you think another studio will take over Destiny IP and possibly create D3 or an all-new Destiny altogether? I honestly don't know. I think the property's too valuable to put it to bed. You just got to figure out how to bring it to the market. Whether or not you license it, you hand it to another studio. Yeah. She could run around, blanks out, nothing would happen. They want the money. Well, to a certain degree, what you're saying is true, but we do know there are limits. Like, if you intentionally create incredibly vile or adult-themed content in the game, it's going to get age-restricted. It's going to get limited ads. You know, all those things that we know YouTube does. So... I meant as in the content-related bans, my bad, not full game blocks. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be, like, content-related bans. I just think it's going to get age-restricted and then have limited ads running on them. Which, again, if I can go into the game and I can play it in that way, I can play more PG-13, you could stand to make really good content and get really, really good return on that content because everybody else is going to be treading into waters that might get restricted. The licensed music. I'm assuming they'll have a streamer mode. You'll be able to go in and turn the licensed music off. Most games that run licensed copyrighted music now, they give you the ability to do that. Yeah. They give you the ability to turn off all the copyrighted music. Looking at the feeds here, nothing major going on. Isn't YouTube funny about violence and gore? 007 didn't, right? 007 had a streamer mode. I turned it on. As soon as I got into the game, I turned it on because I could tell they were going to be playing. There was a radio on or something. I don't know if it was a montage or maybe when I got to the one office or like where we were staying, and I went in and turned it on. For some reason, I didn't think that it did. Yeah, I remember doing it. Unless I'm misremembering, I played a lot of games recently. I'm pretty sure I remember doing that. Like, we got back to, like, the apartment where all of the trainees lived, and I felt like I heard music, and I was worried. I was like, wait, that sounds copyrighted, and I went in and turned it on. No, I haven't got a chance to watch it, Jay. I probably will intentionally not watch it. I thought there was one recently that didn't have that mode, and everyone was kind of like, WTF. It was mixtape, wasn't it? Because the game wouldn't work without the music. I think it was mixtape. There was literally no way you could stream that game or create content with that game because that's it. That's literally the game. Like, I didn't have any interest in playing it, but like that's literally the game. It's a game of music, you know. It's just a nostalgic trip down music memory lane. See Venom behind you? Yeah, I mean, that's the Spider-Man collector's box, and then Venom sitting there. Yep. Bungie is the largest studio that they have. If you guys are watching on YouTube, make sure you have hit that like button. That does help me out. I appreciate it so much. It's like trying to make content on the rhythm games. There's no way to have copyright-free mode. Yeah, like the Beat. I remember doing Beat Saber. We always got claims on Beat Saber. I think there are copyright-free packs in Beat Saber, though. Would you say Pete Parsons made that acquisition deal happen for the money, took the money as an exit strategy, and jumped ship? Yes. I think Pete Parsons is a shrewd... an absolute shrewd swindler. I think he literally knew that they were in dire straits. I think he completely inflated their value and projected what they were going to be able to do and what they were going to be able to earn. I think he absolutely swindled them. He's shrewd. I mean, he's from a Microsoft era. He's a shrewd C-suite. You know, yeah, he's like a Bobby Kotick. So he 100% took a studio, you know, hat in hand, because they were in a bad financial place. He somehow makes it look as if they are not in a bad financial place. I don't know how he did that. Given everything that we're hearing, I don't know how he did that. And he gets an inflated valuation, huge sticker price, and he gets a ton of money. You know, all the leadership gets a ton of money. He says, I have a pass-through $400 capture card that doesn't support VRR, so I don't want to play restricted to that. Yeah, I keep going, Narwavel. I just noticed the Punisher shirt. Love the Punisher. Thank you. It's called Accounting Magic, i.e. fraud. Where's Parsons now? I don't think he's anywhere. He retired. I don't think he probably wants to work in gaming anymore. I don't think he was in gaming for gaming. I think he was in gaming because he knew he could basically set up generational wealth. I mean, you know what I mean? The amount of money that guy made is absurd. Locked frame rate's best for capture no matter what end the best capture card. Yeah, I know. Like I said, just keep going, Narwaffle. It's entertaining to watch someone contort themselves like a pretzel to make sense of a statement that's nonsensical. Yeah, it's like anybody doing capture is going to have a locked frame rate. You know what I mean? Accounting is fraud. No, that's not what he said. He said accounting magic, i.e. fraud. You know what I'm saying? It's just a little accounting magic. It's fraud. Ba-bum. Yeah, I can't tell if I don't know. Or if YouTube's having an issue or if we're just way too off topic, but it looks like people are having to either refresh or something. I'm not really sure what's going on. If you guys are having some trouble, I apologize. Everything seems stable on my end. I've been double checking like bitrate and stuff, but YouTube, it seems like people are leaving pretty quickly over there, and I'm not sure if it's because we're off topic or if it's just because the platform is having an issue. I'm not sure. Yeah, Twitch hasn't budged. We've pretty much largely maintained the same group of folks the whole time. If it was fried, he could be sued. That's not how it works. Fuzzy, I'm gonna give you a little bit of an inside piece of baseball here on what's happening in the YouTube chat. People are joking. They're not being serious. Like I don't think Hex was actually asserting that they had committed fraud. I think he was just being goofy. He was like, yeah, it's a little bit of accounting magic, fraud. They're just goofing around. Chat can correct me here. I don't think anybody in chat's actually arguing that Bungie committed fraud. You know what I mean? I think he inflated the company's value. They probably had projections based on the incubation projects to be like, this is where we see us landing. This is where things are going to go. And he got an overinflated valuation of the company and made a bunch of money. He's a shrewd businessman. He knew in the back of his mind that it probably wasn't going to go the way that they thought it was going to go. You think accounting is some joking matter? I mean, it can be. It can be. I wonder if Rockstar will have some sort of trailer or ad running during the Spider-Man movies in theaters, like one of the trailers attached to Spider-Man GTA 6. Yeah, I don't know. I think their marketing is going to be a lot... I don't think it's going to be as traditional. I think it's going to be very different. Which is fine. Yeah, I think something's happening on YouTube. It's a straight hemorrhage. It just won't slow. Something's going on. I don't know what it is, but Do They already committed art theft, so put fraud on the list of the stuff that they're done. Thank you for the gifted sub. You're welcome. I don't know who gifted it to you, but you're welcome. If it weren't occasionally a joking matter, we wouldn't have had scandals like Enron and such. This is true. Would you say a lot of studios are now being taken over by inexperienced people, leaving them in questionable positions where they might be bound to fail? I mean, I think you have to look at every studio on a case-by-case basis. World Cup game just started. Oh, I'm an idiot. You're right, Tommy. That's what happened. 10 minutes ago, I forgot. I forgot that kickoff was 10 minutes ago. I was like, what the frick is going on? Yeah. That makes perfectly good sense. I was like, hello? Why? In like the last, in like the last 10 to 15 minutes, we've lost like 100 people. I'm like, where's everybody going? Yeah, that makes more sense. I was like, forgetting that the most watched sporting event of the world's happening right now. But you have to look at it as a case-by-case basis, Antoine. So I think there are certainly instances where you have people in C-suite positions, and when you're in those C-suite positions, a lot of the times they're like executives from adjacent companies, or like, I'll say it another way. You've got guys that are in C-suite, like executive level decision-making positions, and the industry is so dramatically changed, and they're still running like old playbook, old rules. And I think that happens commonly in corporate America. You have a lot of people that fail up. You have a lot of people that are promoted based off of tenure, not based off of expertise, not based off of skills. Sometimes like a younger new guy who has better ideas, more passionate. He's just recently graduated, so he's up to date on newer market trends and ideas, and he gets passed over because this other guy's been with the company longer. And the other guy might just be, collecting a paycheck, not as hungry, not as innovative, stuck in his ways. Like, this commonly happens in corporate America. I don't think the gaming industry is immune to this. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if you combed over all the studios and all of these structures and you found numerous instances of guys like Pete Parsons that were just like, yeah, I'm pretty much growing, out of this. I'm on the road to retirement. So I tell you what we're going to do. He structured everything in Bungie around maximizing his own salary, maximizing his own exit, along with the other guys that he was helping. It wouldn't surprise me at all if that was a lot of the motivation behind the decision making. Like, he wasn't driven anymore. He may have never really been driven to be like, well, let's grow Destiny. He seemed more like a salesman. Like, I feel like he really bristled. If you remember, he and Deej both got very angry when the rumors spread they were looking for a buyer. They got really angry. Why? They didn't want that out there. It made them look weak. I'm telling you, a lot of these corporate guys, when they respond to stuff like that, they're actually making it more believable. Like when him and Deej got real angry and persnickety on Twitter about the whole, they were courting Microsoft for a buyout. And they were like, no, we weren't. They just straight up lied to the public. Yes, they were. They were looking for a buyer. And Microsoft said, no, you guys burned through cash too much. So he was a salesman. I think he was a salesman. I think he was a calculating corporate head, and I don't think he gave a rip about Destiny. He saw Destiny, and he saw the franchise and Bungie as a means to an end. And credit where credit's due. The homie made out like a bandit. I mean, he made very good money, and his decision making from 2019 to his exit, none of it seemed motivated for Bungie or Destiny to flourish. It seemed motivated to, I don't even know. It's like was it motivated to increase valuation? Was it motivated to like get him a bigger payout? So thank you for your response, Retro. I think you meant to put Reforge. Most people just call me Lono. If you call me Reforge, that's what other content creators call me. Like, And the reason they say that is because they want the audience to know who they're talking about. Like, I don't take offense when people call me Reforge. Astacross, you just took it too far, man. I don't know why Jake Lucky is tweeting at Astrocross saying you took it too far. What's Cross doing? Pico says I call you Poppy. You better put a big in front of that. What's he doing? What's he saying? Credit to him selling a company, struggling and getting a bunch of cash on the way out. Yeah. It's actually crazy to think that he drives the company into the red and gets PlayStation to save their bacon, and in the process of getting PlayStation to save their bacon, holy mackerel. I mean, you talk about getting out while the getting's good. Jiminy Christmas. The motivation was probably just early retirement and exiting the gaming industry. Yeah, I think that's always a concern. That's always a concern when you get to when somebody gets to that position and they've been in that position for that long. Is anybody playing Adventures of Elliot? It got like a 79 or an 80 from the review circuit. How's it doing on the platforms where it launched? It's got a 4.53 on PlayStation. That's a really good score. I was going to check that. Wait, 1 to 2 players. Can you play this co-op? I thought Adventures of Elliot looked kind of good. Is it just straight up like old school, kind of like HD 2D RPG, and can you play with 2 people? It says 1 to 2 players here. It's at an 82 now. Oh, so its Metascore is climbing. I mean, it has a good score on PlayStation. Playing Elliot now, demo is awesome. It's like an HD 2D Zelda. I thought it looked great. What's the two players? What do you do with 2 people? It's definitely Zelda adjacent. Madam and I tried out a game last night. She didn't like Godbreakers, so I was like, all right, well, let's comb through this backlog of co-op games that I found. And we tried a game last night called Nevergrave, The Witch and the Curse. I thought it was pretty good. It was like a Metroidvania rogue that you can play together. It actually was pretty good. We didn't play for very long. We got to a stopping point, and then we watched a Hitchcock episode. One can control the fairy thingy. I wish we wouldn't have started that game last night. I would have just started this game with her and seen how it went, because I think Adventures of Elliot looks good. Probably the fairy. Okay, so kind of like how it works in Child of Light, I would imagine. She kind of likes that, though. She liked doing that in... Okay, I've seen this, so now you guys have to. Tim the Tapman's playing some Marvel Rivals, so... I think this is ban-worthy, personally. I think listen, I'm never trying to cancel anybody, but I kind of feel like this is all platforms just ban. You know what I mean? Even the Dolphin's looking away. Even the Dolphin is like, come on, dude, what are we doing here? Like, come on, dude. So I had to see that. So do you guys. So I think everybody. I think that's a mass. I think that's a mass report. I think that's a mass report on Timmy Tenders. Like, he should be off all platforms. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Oh, dude, Marvel Rivals is just getting a little out of pocket with these characters and these skins, dude. Getting a little crazy. Hearing reports that Sony is considering pushing the PlayStation 6 back. I hope they do. I feel like these consoles haven't hit their stride yet, especially the Pro. Here's the thing. Here's the truth, Hollows. The truth about the PlayStation 6, the only driver for it to come out earlier than like 2030 is contractual obligations to AMD. That's it. They have contractual obligations. There's no business impetus from the consumer to be like, hey, we better have that PlayStation 6. No. No, the only reason there's a push at any level of business is because of contracts. There is no push from the consumer. There is no push from the audience to be like, we got to get off these PlayStation 5s. I thought Colin Moriarty made a really, really good point when I interviewed him. He was like, these consoles are too good. He's like, if you lived through the PS3 era, he's like, there was an angst to get off of the PS3. PS4 era, less so, but still, there was this like, man, I got to get off the PS4. I got to get me a PS5. He's like, now, no, these are perfectly fine. You're playing games at 1440, 60 on the regular. If you got a Pro and there's some ray tracing thrown in, some global illumination, you're like, I'm good, man. I don't need to be dropping another $600 on a new console. These consoles, you're not going to have this like angst to be like, I've got to get off the PlayStation 5, bro. It's not good anymore. The way the ceiling of graphics we've hit, the performance levels we're hitting, people are not going to have a burning desire to get off these consoles. They're not. I thought that was one of the best points I've heard him make about something. I was like, that is just so spot on. And that is why I'm serious. I do not think there's some external commercial impetus to get the PlayStation 6 out there. There's internal contractual impetus to be like, hey, we got this partnership with AMD. We got Project Amethyst. Colin also seemed to agree with More Law is Dead that they're coming out in late 27, early 28 because of the contracts. Here's where I think both of those gentlemen, I don't agree, and we have a case study in the Nintendo Switch 2. Both those gentlemen can be half right, okay? I think they're both great guys. I like them both, and I really enjoyed having Colin on the show, but I don't agree with them, and here's why. I think we have a case study with the Switch 2. The Switch 2 production timeline went forward according to contracts, but the ship date of the Switch 2 got pushed back. Same thing could happen with the PlayStation. They could sit on them. They could make them and sit on them. They could also order the pieces and the parts and sit on them until production lines and, inflationary stuff calms down. They can honor the contract and sit on the stuff. They don't necessarily have to start shipping and producing at the scale required. Yeah, I mean, I am getting a little inside baseball that, like, some of this stuff gets set in motion, and it's kind of like a train. It's really hard to stop it or delay it. I still look at Nintendo and Switch 2 as a case study. They could still make moves, so that this thing comes late 2028. Hiroki Totoki seemed a little soft on this. It didn't seem like they were willing to be like, oh yeah, it's for sure. It's for sure. It's happening. Here it comes. It was almost like, yeah, we're looking at it. You know what I mean? Moore's Law said the storage would be too expensive. Yeah. So the pushback is that the Switch 2 is a lot smaller. Storage would be an issue. You're going to have these things sitting in a warehouse. And storage would be an issue. These are all fair pieces of pushback on what I'm saying. Oh, these guys on Twitter are cracking me up about the GTA 6 cover art. Oh, Nick and some other guy just giving me a good chuckle in the afternoon. I think I'm going to stand by things I've originally said. I think PlayStation 6 is late 2028. Hadigan says you should reply with your version. It looks more natural. That's horrendous. That is so bad, Hadigan. I'm not even putting that up on the screen. That's terrible. I don't think PlayStation ever was shooting for 2027. Moore's Law knows AMD stuff, but he doesn't know PlayStation plans, and he hasn't predicted the launch of the PlayStation before. That was Henderson who knew that about the PS5. Well, production timelines to ship dates are usually somewhat incongruent with patterns of the past, right? So you could make those predictions based on things that have happened before. I again think PlayStation 6 is late 2028. I think next year is the handheld. Marathon flopped, Concord flopped, Tigard flopped, Kill Justice League flopped, X-Defiance flopped. What are you about? Live service games are flopping and getting canceled, and Western devs don't know why. Meanwhile, Marvel Rivals. Does he know where Blizzard's located? Western devs. All these Western devs. Blizzard Entertainment's main headquarters and campus is in Irvine, California. Yeah, dude, Marvel Rivals, they know what we want. We want them yiddies. And Western devs don't get it. You might want to check and see where Blizzard's headquartered. I mean, they ain't in Japan, brother. They're in California. They always run to that. I'm like, there's been so many successful AAA games that are not Eastern developers. There's been so many. We also have a pattern of Eastern developers having flops as well that didn't sell very well. There's been a handful of games that have come out and haven't hit their targets. It's not a guarantee. Oh, this is from a Famitsu interview. In a new Famitsu interview, Hideaki Nishino clarifies the strategy shift is no longer bringing games to PC. He implies it's limited to single-player games developed in-house, but ultimately dependent on the title and will not be impacting live service games. Given his use of words in-house, it's possible it won't impact second- and third-party partnership games either, so future partnership games like Stellar Blade, Rise of the Ronin will likely be going to PC. Question. There have been reports suggesting that you might reconsider bringing PS5 games to PC. Could you share your current thoughts? Nishino, we've always determined platform selection based on the characteristics of each title. If releasing a title on PC would maximize the gaming experience, we will continue to consider that option. Our current main policy is that for single-player games developed in-house, we will further refine the value of the gaming experience that PlayStation can offer. That's such a dodge. He's dodging. At the same time, we believe it's important for live service games to reach wider audiences through online multiplayer, so we continue to view releases of both on both PS5 and PC as the standard. There it is. There's the contrast. There's the tell. Regardless of the platform, we will make decisions based on the principle delivering the best possible gaming experience that maximizes each title's unique features. Well, one of the reasons they're going to say in-house as well is like the China Hero project is all external. Those are all second and third-party relationships. And the China Hero project, everything's going to PC because the Chinese market is like 90% PC. Like PlayStation hasn't even cracked that market at all. They just started, shipping there and selling there. They just started marketing there like fourth quarter last year, I think. So, Marvel Rivals is made by NetEase or some other Eastern dev. Yeah, but it's a Blizzard game, brother. Like, if Western companies were against that type of thing, why would Blizzard have their name on it? Overwatch is a Blizzard game? Oh my gosh, I'm getting myself confused. I'm thinking of Overwatch. Overwatch had sexy characters. I was thinking of Overwatch. We were looking at Marvel Rivals. Overwatch is literally like the adjacent game to Rivals. And if you look at Overwatch and the skins and the characters, they did the same thing. They had sexy characters. Rivals is literally rivaling Overwatch. That's what I was saying. I was like, I don't understand. Like, Rivals is literally like the direct adjacent competitor to Overwatch. And if you go and look at Overwatch, they have sexy characters too. Like, I don't get it. It's like, why do people think this? Why do you think that, like, Marvel Rivals directly targeted Overwatch as a competitor, and Overwatch literally did the same thing? They had buxom characters running around. Not like Rivals. I mean, Rivals is definitely going way, way past that and way more full, but it's like you need to look at Blizzard. Like, Blizzard is literally headquartered in California, and how many games do they have in the market that are just like that? Has Rivals ever nerfed cheeks? What are you talking about? Overwatch is more tame? I mean, I think Overwatch started the entire thing. Like, if you go back and you look at the main character that they used on all of the marketing. What's her name? The one that can, like, rewind time. That's why I was like, you need to look at Blizzard. Blizzard is literally the reason you have a game like Rivals. Rivals is getting the Gashagoon crowd? I mean, I guess. I don't know. When I saw that tweet, the first thing I thought of is, like, Overwatch and Blizzard. Like, what do you even mean? Like, yes, Marvel Rivals has these sexy skins, but the first thing I thought of was like, well, Overwatch was the first one to kind of do this. Yeah, Tracer. All of the marketing around that game and with Tracer, they nerfed Tracer's cheeks? Huh? I don't follow Overwatch this closely. All I know is the birth of that type of game, they were constantly throwing Widowmaker, Tracer, who was the other one? I feel like there was a Diva. They were constantly throwing those out there. Rivals is literally the competitor to that. They're going farther, sure. But that's why I'm like, look at Blizzard. Like, Blizzard is a company, you think like Blizzard is a Western dev, is a Western company headquartered in California? Do you think like that's all they're doing? They're shoving out games that don't look like that? I don't know. I feel like Rivals is literally the result of that. Tracer's just legs. May? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like people get really, really confused. And not seeing the thing as a whole. If you look at Western studios and Eastern studios and devs, there are equal number of like games that are coming out and not doing well and doing well. There's plenty of AAA games coming out of the East that have, maybe not AAA, there's plenty of games that have come out of the East that have failed and flopped. And literally, Overwatch was the birth of what you're playing now. Like, Rivals is the literal adjacent product to Overwatch. And yeah, they're going hard, but like, I don't know, man. I must not have paid enough attention to Overwatch over the years. But I'm looking at animated GIFs in the Discord right now, and they've got all kind of stuff. They got all kind of shapeliness going on. I don't feel like The Last Descendant, as Narwaffle pointed out. You mean the first Descendant? But that's isn't the first Descendant like a Nexon game? That's a Nexon game. Oh, you're using an example of like the first Descendant has got all sorts of boobies in it, and it's failing. It's flopping as a game. It's dying. Yes, that doesn't keep the game going for sure. It's not an automatic recipe. I don't know why Nightbot got Trill. Diva is probably the most popular video game character on the internet. Like, what you have right now, what you're playing and what you're enjoying and what you're celebrating inside of Rivals is literally in direct relation to Overwatch. Like, this is literally the seedbed of everything that you're enjoying now. This is what they were pushing out there. These are the characters that they were pushing out there. And Blizzard is literally in California. Like, now, I've not followed Overwatch since launch. People are saying they made Tracer's butt smaller or something. I don't follow games, waistlines, and buttock sizes of characters that closely. But I remember when Overwatch came out, every time I went to Twitter, I saw nothing but those characters looking hot. And then you look at Rivals, and Rivals is just another reverberation of that entire theme. Rivals, I think, decided to just manifest that type of response in their actual character designs and intentionally made everyone sexy, and they sell the revealing skins. Overwatch made women characters that are conventionally attractive, and the internet took that and ran with it, and now probably has the most cartoon, right, yes, of anything, for sure. Rule number 42 or whatever. Yeah, like, this was the point I was trying to make. Like, look at this. Like, this again... You literally have things almost like so adjacent to this in Rivals. That's what I said. Does he know where Blizzard is located? Like, what you're playing and what you're enjoying in Rivals is a direct response to Overwatch. Did Rockstar put out the trailer today? No, they did not. I mean, that's another company that people should look into. Rockstar Games is in New York, and look at the way they're marketing that game. Look at the advertisements. Look at the artwork. I'm telling you, the Eastern versus Western discussion, it's absolutely brain dead. It's just like you guys act like everything that comes out of that side of the world is hot, mega successful, and sexy, and then everything that comes out of the West isn't. And I'm like, there have been tons of AAA big title Western games that have crushed it. And the characters can be hot. They can be pushing out sexy skins or what have you. And it's like, I don't know. I think people are I think people are pushing something that they've heard and they haven't actually thought about it. Did Kazan and Wu Chang both commercially flop? Oh, didn't they both commercially flop? Those are two single-player Asian games, and both studios dissolved. I don't think the Kazan studio dissolved. I thought the team got put on something else. I think the team is still there, but didn't the first Berserker Kazan team just get moved? I don't think they were like laid off. I think the team was just moved because they weren't going to do anything more with it. So yeah, it wasn't successful enough to warrant a sequel, and Wu Chang didn't do very well either. And I remember they were all about Wu Chang because like the character was sexy and bouncing around, and Wu Chang ended up being a very impolished game at launch. It had issues. It had performance issues. We're going to ignore games that don't fit the narrative. That's what I'm saying. Like, as soon as I saw the thing with Rivals, I'm like, does this guy know where Blizzard is located? Like, do you know where Blizzard's located? Because they're literally they're challenging the incumbent. They're challenging Blizzard with Rivals. And Blizzard did this first. They did these sexy skins first, the swimsuits and the revealing outfits first. Rivals is just doing the same thing. They're not the first one. That's my point. Bro said Destiny is better than RuneScape. I'm pretty shaken right now. You bet. Yeah, you can't say that. You can't say that. Cross, my man, dude. I can't throw him a lifeline on that one. You stand alone now. You stand alone, Cross. I was thinking about this the other day. If Lost Legacy came out now, people would riot for it being woke, replacing Drake with two women. We're just in completely different climate. Well, no, they throw that in all their videos because they argue that he was replaced. He wasn't replaced. It was a side story. They use that game all the time, Kirk. They use that game all the time, and they use it. It's false. Like, they didn't replace Nathan Drake. It's a complete side story. It's just like Lao Fei. Like Fei is not replacing Kratos. It's a side story. It's a story that runs adjacent to the other stories. And Lost Legacy sold very well and is like it is critically and commercially praised. Like, people give it very, very high marks. Destiny's better than RuneScape. That would be like saying Ark is better than Dino Crisis. I imagine what Cross was probably trying to say was, if RuneScape can do this, why can't Destiny? And he probably was like, and Destiny's better. Like, that's probably what he was saying, would be my guess. That would be my guess. Is he was like, if that game can do it, so can this game. The reason their measurement of judging games doesn't work is because if you go back in time, there are games that have been praised, that have been commercially successful, and have done very well that would now be called that. Like Lost Legacy was commercially successful, right? Hellblade 1 became like a cult classic as well as a commercial success, right? Hellblade 1. And neither of those games, both of those games would be attacked today. They would be attacked today. Slay the Spire 2 lies about RNG. Rabid fan declares in a 6,600 word essay. Oh my. It's getting serious. Does Azzacross play other games without Destiny? Is he in jeopardy? No, he's fine. He's 100% fine. He plays other games, and he gets plenty of support playing other games. He is a established creator at this point. Going out with a bang, though. Homie sitting on like 24,000 subs over here on Twitch. Those Destiny 3 emotes. Make that money, dude. Where did that Punisher shirt come from? I honestly don't remember. I have a handful of Punisher shirts, and I don't even remember where they came from. The Warframe folks would accept him back full time with open arms. Yo, Steam Deck coming back in with 18 months. Let me add you to the total. This game comparisons are myopic. You can't take serious gamers that started paying attention yesterday. Well, you shouldn't take what he's saying serious. Like I didn't see the clip. I don't know how he said it, but I don't think it's that serious. I don't think he was making a genuine. I don't think he was making a genuine argument about one game being better than another. I just don't think so. Speaking of Sony-owned studios, when will Ben start work with the Siphon Filter remake trilogy? I think around the time that whatever live service game they were working on got canceled, I think they had another project greenlit, because I remember them tweeting an image of like, it looked like they were basically signaling that a contract was being signed. So they had something greenlit a while ago. Let's see. Bend Studio Twitter hints at new contract. I swear they did this. That I swear they tweeted a it was like there was a portfolio with the pen on top of it, and I forget, they said something about it. I think they probably tweet too much to just go to their Twitter to try to find it. Let's see. If I go to their Twitter and I go to media and I just scroll. Maybe it was like their CEO or something. I feel like it was somebody high up at Bend tweeted, and it was like a portfolio sitting on a desk, It had like I feel like it had the PlayStation logo on it, and then it had a pen, and it was like they were very clearly signaling that they were signing they were signing up for a new project or something. I don't think it was the official Bend account. I think it was like it was somebody that works there did it. Is the Bend CEO on Twitter? Bend Studio CEO Twitter hints at new contract. A former Bend Studio employee said the live service project was canceled because there was no substantial progress in 3 years of development. Embracer Group. In fact, some analysts believe that Sony is now considering pushing back the debut of the PlayStation console from 2027 to 2029. What's your take on Nishino's recent remarks about exclusivity? It's not surprising at all. Ben Studio employee hints at a new contract. I swear, maybe I was having a fever dream. Must have been having a fever dream. I swear I remember seeing that picture. I can like picture it in my mind. I don't find Nishino's remarks about exclusivity surprising at all. It's basically what we already knew, according to Jason Schreier, as well as what Herman Hulse said in like an internal town hall, that they were basically like they were going to move away from they're putting their big titles onto PC. They were going to move away from it. He also doesn't explicitly state it. He doesn't explicitly state it, but then he also is like, he does explicitly state it when he states the second part, that like live service games will continue to be multiplayer. Or I'm sorry, multi-platform, like on PC or what have you. So clearly he's saying like we're not going to be taking these in-house single-player games to PC anymore. Like, because when he follows it up, like the second part of what he's talking about, he's like, live service games will continue to come to PC. To me, it's not surprising at all. You're not going to get explicit confirmation or denial from a serious company. Yeah, that's why when Matt Ball said what he said on Twitter, I was just like, there's just no reason to believe you, because you guys do this thing all the time where you respond really strongly to like rumors and stuff, and the truth is you're more worried about public perception than conveying truth. So you'll say whatever needs to be said because you want public perception to be that exclusives are back and never going to leave ever again, which is an absurd thing to promise. It's just absolutely absurd to make that level of an assurance about a business plan. Like, businesses don't make decisions like that. And so it's not surprising at all that like Nishino is being a little cagey about it. Like, he's not being super specific, but he's also making it clear. That's it. You found it. Took a couple minutes. I told you. I was like, I'm not delusional. Ben Studio tweeted this April 17th, 2023. That was 3 years ago. Now, when did we learn that the Ben Studio live service game was canceled? Ben Studio live service game canceled. When was it canceled? When was the Ben Studio live service game canceled? Sony officially canceled Ben Studio unannounced live service game in 2025. Okay, so it's incredibly weird to me that in April, a year and a half, we know that this is not for the live service game. Excuse me. We know that this is not for the live service game. It isn't, because they worked on the live service game for 3 years before it was canceled. And it was definitely canceled before they announced the cancellation in January. It was canceled sometime in 2024. So roughly a year and a half before that game is canceled, these guys are signing a contract for something. I would bet that this is this is what they're working on now. Would be my bet. There had to be somebody within the company that felt like, listen, if this live service thing doesn't go very well, we need to have a plan B. We need to have another project that we're working on. We need to go make a pitch. Now, this doesn't mean that this thing got approved, but I don't think you would tweet this from the official Ben Studio account if this was getting shot down. So I would guess whatever this is what Bend is working on now, which was 3 years ago. Which means it stands to reason we could hear about this game this year at the Game Awards, or we could hear about it next year. I'm still hoping for Days Gone 2. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Because a year after this, the live service game is canceled. First reply. All right, well, who's the first reply here? Who's Rock Rider? It's a joke. They added Days Gone 2. Oh, I see it. I wasn't even looking at the picture. Yeah. So, I need a quick break, though. I do need a quick break. Give me 1 second. Guys, go crazy on the like button, though. Get us to 400 likes. And we're just going to keep hanging out, discussing, and watching the gaming news just to see if anything breaks. All right? Give me 1 second. I'm back. Sorry, I had to sneak around the house because my daughter got back from camp and she is crashed sleeping and I didn't want to wake her up. Thank you, Calvin. Getting us to 2:30. I know I'm late to the conversation, but I think Sony do want to make Destiny 3. However, I think Sony wants a full takeover of Bungie before they greenlight it. That's why I think they've done everything in their power to keep the best talent, absorbing them to SIE. I mean, I don't know if when they were absorbing people into SIE, it was like the long game. I don't know if that's what they were doing. Like, oh yeah, let's absorb these people into SIE. Let's play the long game. Because they would have, I mean, that level of vision to be like, oh, we're going to end up absorbing, we're going to end up absorbing these guys so that they can work on Destiny 3 in the future. I don't know. I mean, you could be right. Maybe, again, they see, because if you go back to like Hiroki Totoki's initial comments about Bungie, he had high praise for the talent at the studio, but then also seemed to be like, the leadership needs some accountability. Does that make sense? Like, it was almost like we're wanting to, it was almost like he was saying like, yeah, we're wanting to kind of change things over there. You know what I mean? Like, it was like they acknowledged there was talent. So like, it makes sense that they'd be absorbing people into SIE. They spun up LFG for the Gummy Bear project. So they could have, like you're saying, a longer view of this. Like, we want the talent, we want Destiny 3, but we're not going to greenlight anything under the current, leadership or what have you. So yeah, I definitely think that they are. I think they're probably weighing all of their options right now. Like, if they decide to go forward with Destiny 3, I would imagine they're going to want their own leaders. They're going to have to figure out production cost. Can we get it below what everybody's estimating? Like, everybody's estimating $500 million. Can they get it lower than that? Can they seed talent from Bungie to start a new studio? Can they get people to move? These are lots of questions that are probably being considered. What would accountability to leadership mean? Well, accountability can sometimes be firing. Hey, you've not done a good job. We're holding you accountable by firing you. Accountability could be lowering budgets, lowering, funds, having more stringent oversight of things. Like, man, you guys aren't really managing things over there. Like, Sony is historically hands off with their studios. They're not kicking the door in. They're not kicking the door in to be like, we want to see what you're doing. We want to see everything you're working on. That's just not how they operate. So it's like, there's obviously a sense of like, hey, maybe we need a little bit more hands-on. Maybe we need a little bit more oversight over this company. But I've been told in so many words that like Sony and PlayStation, a lot of the PlayStation Studios and a lot of Sony, they don't like the culture at Bungie. They don't. Okay? And so I think that's what you're dealing with is you're dealing with like hey, we might need more oversight over there. Because if we don't have oversight over there, they're just going to keep running the company like this. And if they keep running the company like this, we're going to have more failures. We're going to have more problems. We're going to have more issues. So it wouldn't surprise me in the least if they were like, we need to restructure leadership. We need more oversight. Maybe we need some of our people over there. Like, their approach to managing Bungie might be completely different than how they traditionally do it, because there's just such a giant cultural difference between the two, how that company operates and how they typically like to operate. Hang on. There's a priority thing that I can sign up for. They might get some like rare, hard to find bourbons, and you can like sign up for potential access. But I don't want the stuff that's like well out of my range. I'm not buying like $400 bottles, boys. Yeah, I think once you get into this ballpark, I'm gonna say no thanks. Yeah, that's it's too rich for my blood. Some of these are crazy. All right. There we go. They got like Blanton's and stuff, which is like, yeah, that's not too bad. I could do that. And then they got some in there like $400 and $500. It's like, no, dude, I'm good. They were bought because no one else wanted them. They ran to Microsoft and they were told no. What are you responding to here, creature? I genuinely think once Sony have full control, they will move those developers back and start building D3. They just don't want to do it with it still being led by the greedy workers. They need to figure out the engine situation, leadership, pricing, team size. Oh, I definitely agree. They need to figure out which engine. Bungie is the spoiled college kid, and now their parents are checking on them, at least with Bungie leadership. And the culture being just the good old boys club. Yeah, there's definitely the good old boys club element going on, but I also think there were elements of like prioritizing things. They weren't keeping the main thing. Like, I think a lot of the culture at Bungie started to focus on like social stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I think they were trying to come up with like, they're blogging about stuff and they're focusing on social things. It was just clear that like the culture at Bungie wasn't keeping the main thing. You don't have to agree or disagree with their politics to see that like they were making the studio orbit around things that had nothing to do with making video games. You know what I mean? Like blogging about reproductive rights. Like that has nothing to do with making video games. Like, we don't even need to get into a philosophical discussion or worldview or political discussion about that. What do you see other studios doing that? Do you see any other mainline big studios using their platform to blog about stuff like that? Like, so I think if you're coming from like Japanese business philosophy and worldview, and you see a company doing this, you're going to be like, yeah, culturally, this is ridiculous. This is not what we're about. We're about making games. You guys are about all these other things, all these other initiatives. Nope. That's not important to us. That's not our North Star. That's not our guiding light. Our guiding light is, let's make some great games. That's what we want to do. And I think that's why, like, there's a cultural rift there where the PlayStation Studios don't do this. I mean, there are developers that do. I had to unfollow some of the people from Insomniac because it was obnoxious. It was like, hey, I followed you because I'm interested in your games and what you're working on. And I woke up one morning, and one guy went on like, he had like 8 separate tweets about like political stuff. And I was like, yeah, I didn't follow you for this. You know what I mean? So I unfollowed him. It was like, it doesn't bother me. I'm very secure in my worldview, philosophical views, religious views, political views. I feel very firm in those, and I'm good. I don't get ruffled. But that's not what I want to see. I'm looking for gaming information, gaming news. I don't want to scroll through your 8 tweet long diatribe about some political figure that you don't like. That's but they weren't doing that with like official insomniac.net blog posts, or, oh, you can get a little pin or something. So I definitely think that PlayStation started to really evaluate, like, well, they're not really going to fold in well to our culture here if this is what they're going to prioritize. They're going to prioritize things that are not the main thing. Keep the main thing the main thing. And I just don't think PlayStation cares about that kind of stuff. You got CMs out here saying there's no muzzle big enough to make me not talk about this. It seems someone found the muzzle, because a lot of these guys haven't really talked about that kind of stuff anymore. It all stopped. It all stopped. So I don't know. Somebody found the muzzle, and I think it was Sony. I think they were like, we're not doing this, man. Like, this is not something that we're about. This is not something that's a priority for us. Build it in the air doesn't fly at PlayStation except in very limited circumstances. I mean, I think PlayStation's going to have to become more open to the idea of building the plane in the air if they want successful live service. I think they need to be more open to that. I think they're posturing that they're more open to that, as evidenced by how they're treating Horizon Hunters Gathering. I think the biggest threat to Horizon Hunters Gathering coming out is the fact that they're letting frickin' people play it right now. And I know people are saying, "Oh, I can't break NDA," but I actually think it's going to do well, or I think it's got promise or whatever. That's not surprising to me at all. That people interested in playing it are enjoying it. I just don't think that thing is got a chance to go anywhere. And in the grand scheme of things, if you're going to do these early access projects or do beta access, and you're going to let people play games like Horizon or whatever early, you better be prepared to cancel the game. You better be prepared to be like, this is a non-starter. Every dollar spent from this day forward is a dollar wasted. Kill it. Like, I think they need to be bullish in the right ways. Like, it's one thing to be like, oh, we're going to be aggressive and we're going to, try to make all these live service games. You know what we need to be aggressive with? Getting a minimum viable product in the hands of the public, and then killing it if it doesn't show promise. Kill it if it doesn't show promise. Like, you have to be bullish in the right ways. That's the way to be bullish. That's the way to be, like, bold. Oh, man, we're not getting great results from this. Well, kill it then. It's not worth the dollars. It isn't. You're not going to get the return, so just murder it. Wire says, I didn't do the last playtest, but it needed a lot of work, and they needed more than just one mode they had from the first playtest. Tassi said it's cruel to do math. No, he didn't say it was cruel to do math. He said it was cruel math. Like, the math was just cold and cruel. Like, the idea being that, like, this is it. The facts are the facts. Like, right? You're not. This thing's not going to do it. Let me try and find how he phrased it. He says, this is almost entirely financial. Simply, Destiny 2 cost more than it made. Math, cruel math, but math. No one at Bungie has any belief this is some sort of a revenge idea. That's not how math works. Math has no feelings. Well, I think what he's saying is that if this is the only mathematical measurement that you have of Destiny, it's a very sort of cruel way to look at them. It's like, money, you didn't make enough. right? There are other ways to measure their value. Like mathematically, you could measure how many people are at the studio that have been there longer than 5 years. How many people at the studio have insane institutional knowledge. Like how many people at the studio have been there since, 10 years ago. Like there's other mathematical ways to calculate the value of Destiny 2 and Bungie, and just being like, nope, cost, revenue, profit, that's all you're worth. That's a form of cruel math. It's like, yeah, this is all you're worth? Then we're done with you. I think that's what he's saying, is like, listen, this is just math, y'all. It's cruel math, but it's math. That's all. We're just assessing that, and that's it. Like if somebody came to you and they were like, listen, my wife is sick, and we're pregnant, and we just lost our car to mechanical problems. Please don't let me go. Please don't fire me. And they're like, listen, this is just the math of it. This is cruel math, but this is just the math of it. You're losing me money every month. You're a bad sales rep. I got to let you go. That's all you bring to the table. Like it's just like what Omar says, it's like a dehumanizing form of math. How many people are making more money than they're worth? How many projects did you waste money incubating? How many naming classes did you have? Math shows both sides. Sure. I don't think he's saying it's cruel to do math. I think he's saying, like, when you break it down to just the cold, hard cash, bean counting, this is it. This is the long and short of it. You know what I mean? This is the long and short of it. That it's costing more than it's made. Now, I think the problem is, if you just look at the 9-year run of Destiny 2, what he's saying is probably correct. It's cost more than it's made. But when did that start? If we rewind the clock, was that true 4 years ago? Right? At what point did they cross the Rubicon and it was like, oh my gosh, or the event horizon, and it was like, we are now absolutely not a profitable franchise. We've sort of hurt the legacy of the franchise by continuing. Does that make sense? Like there's got to be a tipping point. There's no way that for 12 straight years the franchise was always operating at a loss. That doesn't seem conceivable, especially given how much they grew. There's got to be a point of the event horizon, the point of no return, where like, yep, at this point we started spending more, and then the game had generated lifetime. We've now tipped the scales in the wrong direction. Cold hard math also says the Destiny IP could make money. I agree. It's the advantage, though, of restructuring or massive layoffs. You can remove leadership and close previous projects you were doing. Listen, losing big chunks of leadership is one of the quickest ways to bring their operational costs down. That's where so much of the money is going. It's still not cruel. It's a sentence. It's a story. It's a picture. It has something to say. His calling it cruel tells me he doesn't know financials. He's calling it cruel because he's not speaking as a financial expert. He's speaking as a fan of the game and probably a fan of Bungie. He's got people there that he's probably become friends with. And he's like, this is just math. This is just the cruel math of it. If we're going to remove the humanity aspect, we're going to remove the human element, and we're just going to talk the math. And in his opinion, that's a cruel way of looking at it. That's a very cold way of looking at it. He's not speaking as a financial expert. He's speaking as like a, if you look at this just on paper, that's a very cruel way of doing it. Like there's a lack of, there's as you're saying, there's no empathy, there's no emotion, there's no sympathy. It's just boom, this is what you're worth on paper. Cruel is synonymous with like callous, heartless, like merciless. The idea is you're looking at this void of emotion. It's just boom, this is it. This is all you're worth. That's a very cold and callous way of looking at the company. I think he's just speaking from an empathetic place of like, listen, y'all. And he's also speaking to people that love the game. He's like, listen, this is a pretty cruel way of looking at it. You know, cruel intends to harm. No, because cruel context defines meaning. Look it up. I'm looking it up right now. You don't want to have this discussion with me. You might be the finance guy, but come on now. Context defines meaning. You can use the word cruel in different ways. You could say the cruel reality of losing a loved one. Like, right? Like the sentence that it lands in defines what it means. I don't think he's saying their intention here is bad and evil or malicious. He's saying this is just the cruel reality. This is the cruel math. It's a harsh reality. That's literally a way of using the term. That's harm. No, because when you use it, when you're speaking about conditions or the cruel reality of something, there's no intention or harm. You're just saying this is the cold reality, the cruel reality. This is the harsh reality. These are all synonyms of each other. Losing someone is harm. Well, in the way that it's being phrased here, the cruel reality of losing a loved one, again, you're talking about something that is harsh. You're talking about something that is cold or callous. Like death in and of itself is a cold, callous thing. It's a reality that comes to everyone. So like when you say the harsh reality, the cruel reality, the cold reality, the cold hard facts, right? Like what you're doing is you're not trying to assert intention or harm. Within the sentence, within the context of what you're trying to communicate is, listen, this is completely void of emotion, sympathy, and empathy. It's just the cruel math of it, the cold hard facts. Like it's being used in that way. Like I think his intention is just to say, if you're a fan of the game, he's a fan of the game. If you're a fan of Bungie, he's a fan of Bungie. This is the cruel reality that we're facing. And I think the fact that it's a synonym to callous or ruth, or not, maybe not brutal, callous or harsh, I think it works. It's like he's just expressing. Communication is all about expressing and having understanding. I don't think anybody read that. I didn't read it and think that he was attempting to communicate that using this form of math and calculation for value of a company is cruel and intended to harm. That's not what he's saying. That's not. Reality can't be cruel. Reality can be cruel. Math can't be. But what you're doing is you're saying cruel can only mean one thing. That's not how language works. You're saying cruel can only ever be this. That's false. That is absolutely false. The context defines the meaning of the word. The word can be used in different ways. You can say the cruel reality is that we're out of money. I'm making a mathematical statement. The harsh reality, the cold hard facts, the cruel reality is we're out of money, boys. We got to close up shop. I don't think anybody read it as he's saying like this math is cruel. This is just such an unkind thing to do. Like even the way he phrases it, he says math, cruel math, but math. Like callous, cold, cruel. It's got no emotion. It's just math. Like it's just, yep, this is the cruel reality. This is the harsh reality that we're facing right now. Is it's too expensive, or hasn't made enough money, or whatever. He should have said callous. Listen, it's a synonym. If it's a synonym, then they both can communicate the same thing. If I can say cruel reality, harsh reality, callous reality, they within the way language works, if they're synonyms, that means they all can communicate the same thing. If I'm attempting to communicate to you the cold hard reality, and I say the cruel reality, or I say the cold hard numbers here, or the cruel numbers here, it's like I'm communicating the same thing. This is cold and devoid of emotion. It's just the numbers. It's just the numbers. Choose a synonym for cruel. You're doing the fallacy of appealing to a definition. I've got definitions and synonyms right in front of me that are different. So you're going to one that suits your argument doesn't make you right. I've got completely different lists here in front of me. I've got synonyms for cruel listed as ruthless, brutal, barbaric, callous, heartless, sadistic, merciless. You're appealing to a definition. I can do the same thing. It doesn't make us right. The context defines meanings. Your sources are fallacy of what you perceive as expert. I've not invoked expert. I've not invoked fallacy of expert. Now you're straw manning. What I'm saying is that the context defines the meaning. And when you read what he says, the surrounding words, those contextualize his use of the word cruel. Your source isn't any more valid than mine. Now you understand my point. Thank you for catching up. I literally just said that. You've got a list of words. I've got a list of words. We can't both appeal to that as authoritative, meaning I'm not doing that. I'm not saying fallacy of definition. Mine's correct, making me right. That means we're at a standoff. If we both can find lists of synonyms that are different, then we can both appeal to those, meaning we're at a standstill. We're at a stalemate. I mean, so I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing based off of my list. I'm saying you can clearly find examples of the word cruel used in this way. Also, whenever you're going to grammatically break down a sentence to understand its meaning, if you're translating something from Spanish to English, or, like the book I'm reading, right? The guy had to translate Korean into English. Whenever you're doing that, you have to contextualize what the intention is, right? Authorial intent is an enormous factor in grammatically breaking down a sentence to understand why did they use this particular word. When we look at the surrounding words, he is not asserting that the math is unkind or harmful. That's not what he's asserting. That's not what he's claiming. He is claiming that the math itself is cold, it is callous, it is cruel. He's using it in that way. We have found sentences where you can use the word cruel in that way. You can use it to communicate cold, callous, no emotion, right? That's what he's communicating. So if I'm from another language or another planet, and I'm attempting to understand what he said here, I would use all of the surrounding words to understand what he's saying and why he's invoking cruel. And I would not come to the conclusion that you are. You're falsifying something he didn't say. That's the flaw in your argument. You're attempting to falsify something he never said. He's not saying, this is harmful and unkind. No. Because he's literally saying, he's arguing actually, the real rub here is he concludes by saying, no one at Bungie has any belief this is some revenge idea. He's actually pushing against the idea that this is some sort of harmful, unkind thing. He's saying, this is just some math. Right? This is just the callous, cold, cruel math. If there's no emotion behind this, the structure of his sentence and his argument, you know that's not what he's saying by his conclusion. No one at Bungie has any belief this is some sort of revenge idea. How do you know that he didn't? Well, what I'm doing is a form of I'm doing a form of interpretation. This is what you do when you read something to try to understand what the person is communicating. And I believe I've made a pretty good case that he is using that word not to say that the math in and of itself is harmful or unkind. He is saying there is no emotion here, boys. There's no revenge here. It's just math. You know what I mean? I stand by my harmful and you are wrong. I think your argumentation is always very strange. I feel like you dig your heels in on odd things. It's like this is an odd thing to dig your heels in on. To me, it's very, very clear what he's communicating. It's just abundantly clear by surrounding context that he is not arguing what you're arguing. It's not odd, it's math. Your presupposition is that math has no emotion. The oddity of your argument is that he is agreeing with you. That's literally what he's saying. He's literally saying what you're saying. That's why it's odd. It's odd to be like, it can't be cruel because it's math. And I'm like, that's what he's saying. He's literally arguing. He's on your side. He's saying, there's no emotion here, boys. There's no revenge. It's just math. It's, cruel math, but math. Like, it's just, this is the cold, harsh reality. This game isn't making enough money. There's no revenge here. There's no emotion. They're not out to get Bungie. You don't put flavorful descriptors if it's just math? Well, again, I think if you follow his line of reasoning and his line of argument in the tweet, what he's attempting to say is, don't buy into the idea that this is being done in a vengeful way to hurt Bungie. So his argument makes no sense with your read of it. It's illogical and nonsensical. He's literally trying to argue, guys, this is not some emotional, vengeful thing. Sony's not like out to get Bungie. This is just math. Cruel math, callous math, whatever word you want to put there. He is attempting to say this is just math with zero emotion attached to it. It's just a cold, callous, cruel thing. It would be like if you said, you have like a robot that was just cruel and deterministic. Well, the robot doesn't have emotions. It doesn't have intention to harm or hurt. But you could say that it's cruel, it's calculating, it's callous. You could use those words, and you could be describing something that has zero emotion. Like, I think cruel works in that capacity. Like, to say that the robot was executing people in a very cruel and callous way. Well, the robot doesn't have intentions. It's just a robot. It's calculating, who can achieve whatever it is that needs to be achieved. And it's like, nope, you're too weak. And it kills the person, right? Like it's some, like in the Twilight episode where they determine if people are obsolete. It's called The Obsolete Man. It's actually a really excellent episode. And it's got Burgess Meredith in it. And it's very cold and cruel and calculating. And so that's what he's essentially attempting to argue. So his argument doesn't actually make sense if he's saying this math is cruel and harmful, but they're not trying to be vengeful. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Those things don't feel like antonyms to me. They don't feel like they're mutually exclusive. You know what I mean? They're the opposite of each other. It's like, nope, this is just cruel math. This is not revenge. Now his argument makes sense. Now, you could compel me there was better word choice, You could say cold. This is just the cold, hard facts. This is just callous, emotionless math. I feel that word works and communicates it. You could obviously say, and this is why we have synonyms, and this is why we have, like a thesaurus. You pick the word that you feel like works the best. Homie's tweeting. He's tweeting. I don't think he's thinking like that. I think his brain grabbed the word that to him communicates cold. Cold and callous. I think that's what his brain did. He's typing a tweet. He's not writing a book. So would he argue that reality also can't be cold or harsh? Yeah, I don't know. What defines a robot? Are we not all robots living in a projected biological reality? Well, I mean, now you're asserting a belief about reality, right? You're establishing a worldview or a philosophical view of reality. Like, you're trying to come up with an all-encompass system to explain reality. So, like, if that's what your belief is, if you believe that we're just robots in some simulation or something, that's your belief. That's not a fact. That's a belief. Who started this convo? Fuzzy said that Paul Tassi said it's cruel to do math, and I was like, he didn't say that. So I went and read it, and then we went all the way down this rabbit hole. confirmed Math hates Bungie. I think that's what we fundamentally confirmed, is that Math is an entity full of hate for Bungie. So, good talk. Are we really having a solipsism convo? How do you not know you aren't a butterfly dreaming right now? Well, that's what I was saying. It's the wrong word. His choice of word tells me the lens he views things like money and financials, and that's a lens that is tainted. Accountants don't sit in the room and pray on the demise of things that lose money and praise things that gain money. As the accountant in the room, when someone says it's cruel math, they have no idea what its purpose is. Well, I would say what you're attempting to claim is a neutral bias towards money and numbers, which is literally impossible. So you're espousing something that's not literally, it's literally impossible. You as an accountant and all other accountants are not devoid of their own biases about money and financials. That just because you studied it and that's your line of work doesn't mean that that's not true. You might have your own beliefs about the tax code system, or the wage gap, or money in and of itself, or like you and 8 other accountants are all going to have different presuppositions about money and financials. You're not devoid of those things. Now, you may set those things aside when doing your calculations or doing someone's taxes. That is you executing on a method and removing your view from method, but that doesn't mean that you don't necessarily see money through that lens too. You might see money through a lens completely different than accountant in Germany, because of your upbringing, because of your worldview, because of the people that you hung out with and the people that you studied under, right? Like, you're going to have a completely different idea of like money, but you're both accountants, right? You're both helping people, track, budget, and efficiently use their money, and you may have completely different philosophical beliefs about money. So when he says what he says, this is just a cruel math, that doesn't necessarily mean we now have a precise window into his views of those things. Because I might use that term, and I would hazard a guess that Tassi and I don't think similarly within politics, philosophy, belief, religion, any of those things, right? Like, we probably don't share a lot of beliefs, and yet I think, yes, there are times where you are just doing cold, callous, cruel math. It is heartless. It doesn't care. It's just like, here's how much money you have. Here's how much money you spent. You're done. You got to file for bankruptcy. You're not solvent. Like, whatever conclusion that you have come to, I might use that word. I don't think that betrays some tainted view that I have of math or money. It's just like, that's just a word that I might use to be like, this is just the cold hard facts, man. This is just the cruel reality. It is heartless. It doesn't care. It has no emotion. I feel like I've read so many books and stories where that's how this word is often used. There is cruelty where you are being disproportionately unkind or harmful to something. There's a cruelty in the punishment, right? The guy's like overly, punishing his child or something. But then the cruel reality, well, now it's the word's taking on a different meaning. Right? The cruel, cold reality was we were out of gas and we were stuck in the middle of the ocean. And with cruelty, I bludgeoned my boatmate and ate him. Like, why can't the reality be harmful? I'm not sure what your question's about. Cruel math tells me I don't have enough to buy the $90,000 car. That's right. The cruel reality is you have cancer. Okay, this is really getting deep into the weeds. This is really getting deep into the weeds. A diagnosis is a binary, is it not? So when they check you, let's say they do a biopsy. Let's get all the way down here in the weeds. When they do a biopsy, the diagnosis is a binary. It's cruel, it's cold, it's callous. It has no emotion. You either get a negative or a positive. That's it. That's it. Now we descend upon that with our own view of that's terrible, that's awful, I'm dying. Right? But the tool that measures it is just spitting out a data point. That's all it is. The data point by itself isn't harmful. That's all it is. It's a 0 or it's a 1. All it is telling you is what is. It can't tell you what ought to be or what ought not to be. It is merely a measurement of what is in your body. It's just a mathematical readout of you either have it or you don't. And when the tool says negative or positive, that data, the data is not in and of itself anything other than that. When we look at it, we then see it within the lens of our own view. I ought not to have this. I ought to be healthy. So like all of these scientific fields that like measure pain, run a biopsy, on a tumor, they are merely telling you what is. They're not telling you what ought to be. There's no imperative. It's just like what yes. You have it. That's all it says. There's nothing else that thing can communicate. It is merely a tool of you either have it or you don't. Philosophy stream, let's go. Yep, see y'all tomorrow. How do you diagnose someone who bleeds green or blue? Well, you gotta cut them. You gotta cut them. I actually like this better than talking about Xbox and Sony. I'm gonna let you know a little secret. I do too. You're getting into my stomping grounds. Like, this is more enjoyable than like, hey, how much money did they spend? It's Game Pass's fault. A kind's diagnosis, cancer-free. Cruel diagnosis, stage 4. Yeah. Oh, how long have we been streaming anyway? Oh, we're getting close to 4 hours anyway. I mean, it is almost closing time. Boys, it's almost closing time. Did we get the likes? Yeah, we got the 400 likes. Okay, good. How cruel is the ubiquity of DirectX? Golly. Perhaps you should have a second channel just on philosophy. Hi, Reforge. How's your day today? What's your favorite indie game? I don't usually watch your streams, but I came by to say hi. Well, thank you so much. My favorite indie game? It's tough because a lot of the indie games that I've enjoyed over the years, many people would say like they're not indie anymore. Like, historically speaking, for me, like the very first Hellblade or like the first Ori, those games to me feel like indie, and their birth was, I feel like, independent, like small studios, didn't have an owner, may have had a publisher. Because that's how I kind of view it, is like indie is like, a smaller studio who doesn't have traditional ownership. They're kind of on their own. Now, that doesn't mean they don't have a publisher, because there's even, Devolver Digital publishes indie games. So, like, they literally go to an indie studio and say, hey, we will help you publish. So, like, for me, historically speaking, I would usually go to, like, Hellblade 1 or Ori and the Blind Forest. More recently, yeah, I would say, like, Expedition 33. That one gets really dicey. People get, wasn't indie. But yeah, to answer your question, really liked Hellblade 1 and Ori. This year in particular, as far as games that I played that are indie that I really liked, Crypt Custodian, one of the best Metroidvanias I've played. The guy who made that has another game right now. Cairn, the mountain climbing game, was really good. Grind Survivors was really good. Sworn was really good, like a top-down Hades clone. I played that one with my wife. Dead Zone Rogue was really good. Mouse PI for Hire was really good. Mio Memories in Orbit was really good. Those are all indie titles I played this year that I would say are pretty good. You ever played Cave Story? No, I have not. The tweet by itself, yes, not that deep. His history of commenting on the accounting and financial state of things paints a picture. Never said it was. It's the red flag. I can point to history of reading his thoughts and opinions. I mean, you certainly have the world upside down, Fuzzy. You had me in here, like, you know, going in, you know, pretty hard in the paint defending Paul Tassi. But, like, I don't think if we presume what we know, let's just presume that we do, or you know a significant amount of, like, his view of money, his view of financials, right? Is he one of these doe-eyed guys that thinks that, like, profit is evil and, you know, everybody at the company should have been earning the same amount of income? Like, I don't know. I don't know what his views are. But, like, let's just say you got to be, you know, on his views or what have you. I still feel like my read of what he's saying is what he was trying to communicate. He was trying to create a juxtaposition of there's an assertion in the market and in the public space right now that this is an act of revenge, that there's, like, emotion involved. His statement is there is not emotion involved here. This is cold, callous, cruel math. No emotion. There is that. So there, to me, word choice, fine. You want to debate word choice. You can break the sentence and the argument down and understand. He is attempting to say there's no cruelty or unkindness here. This is just cold and callous. They're not out to get Bungie. They're not out to hurt Bungie. Like, he's literally trying to falsify the idea that, like, Sony's trying to hurt them. So he wouldn't invoke that this is harmful. That again, that's nonsensical within his own argumentative flow. He's attempting to falsify a claim. He wouldn't assert the same thing in another way. This is harmful. That, again, that would be nonsensical. What he wrote wouldn't make any sense if that's what he was attempting to say. You still don't understand how someone losing income isn't harm, regardless of the reason behind it? I'm not sure what you're saying, Hidden Siryu. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Good luck justifying the sharehold something on emotion. Yeah, I tend to agree with what Tassi is saying. I do not see a history of, like, oh yeah, PlayStation's games as a service situation is all Bungie's fault, and PlayStation's out to get them. I think PlayStation's making an assessment of, like, what the heck have you guys been doing? We are not pleased with the results. It's time for a restructuring. It's time for accountability. And that's being described as revenge. And I'm like, that's... Now, we could be getting lost in translation. He is a Frenchman writing in... I believe he's either writing in English or Twitter is translating what he's writing to English. So we could be getting the wrong word here. Maybe when that guy said revenge, he was attempting to say maybe there's a word in French that we don't have a good one-to-one for. I don't know. He could be trying to say this is a reaction. I don't know. I don't speak French. Does he even... I followed him recently. He should be in my following list. Sylvain. Translated from French. Let me see if I can go to the original. Let me find it. I'm actually now very interested in this. I want to see if we could get down to the bottom of the word that he chose. Yeah, see, he's writing in English. So again, I just don't know. And he put like brackets around it. Desire for revenge. Like I would love to interview this guy and be like, why did you choose that word in particular? What does that word mean to you? Because he could be using this word as like a balancing of the scales. Because many people view revenge in that way. You're balancing the scales. You're putting things back to where they need to be. Obviously, we would say that's justice, and revenge and justice are not always the same thing. Sometimes they line up, but not always, right? Some have told me there's a kind of desire for revenge. This is where I feel like he loses me. Sony's leadership reportedly blames Bungie for a number of issues with their game-as-a-service strategy. I want to know what these number of issues are. What in the world is Bungie to be blamed for? They've not done almost anything within your live service strategy other than convince Naughty Dog that they'd have to become a live service studio. Cross-use revenge in a thumbnail too. Well, it was trending. Creature literally called me this morning and he's like, should we be going with the revenge angle? And I said, no, I don't want to put that on the thumbnail and the title because I think that guy is using that word and I don't think there's grounds for it. I don't think there's grounds for the word revenge. So I didn't use it in the thumbnail or title this morning. I'm not criticizing Cross for using it. There's reasons to use it because that idea was trending. Well, PlayStation's going to get revenge on Bungie. It's like, what? That sounds crazy. That sounds crazy. That's what I know. How is it Bungie's fault? Naughty Dog didn't know they had to support a live service game. People get that timeline and the facts around that wrong all the time. Shuhei Yoshida corroborated everything I've always said about that. My read of Naughty Dog's comments publicly were a bullseye. It's exactly what Shuhei Yoshida said. It was like, we'd have to fundamentally change as a studio. We're not willing to do that. We want to keep making single-player games. And Shuhei comes out and literally says that almost verbatim. And it's like, yeah, that's it. That's the long and short of it. That is the long and short of it. It would be like you saying, I want to take a road trip from Maine to San Francisco. And someone sits you down and says, this is how long it's going to take. This is how much gas you're going to need. Average gas price is this across the states. Here's what you're going to need to budget. And your eyes go like this. And you're like, I don't want to do it. I'm just going to fly. Like, you see what I'm saying? Is like, they sort of naively were like, yo, we're going to launch a live service game. And Bungie's like, you have no idea. Like, look at what happened to Bungie as a test case. As soon as they ceded bandwidth and leadership from Destiny, Destiny suffered. That's all it took. Hang on a second. %. Punching yourself in the face is a strange form of revenge. Maybe he meant more that like Sony is angry. Yeah, like there's always oh shoot. I literally read a book about this, about how like there's first, second, and third like orders of like cultural baggage and cultural understanding of words. So like you would read something that's thousands of years old in Latin or Hebrew, and their understanding of the word has rings of cultural like context and what it would mean to them and what it would mean to us, right? So basically the way the guy was breaking this down is, you, in order to understand ancient writings, you have to have a greater understanding beyond the language. You need to have a greater understanding of the culture itself, because the language is grounded in that culture. So they may say something, and to them it meant this, and to us it means something completely different today. So there could be a very similar thing happening right now. Like someone in France or in French culture using the word revenge, maybe picturing in their mind something completely different than what we picture. Although the structure of his sentence does seem to indicate this is like a reaction to the blame they're placing on you. Like, we're blaming you for a number of issues in our live service strategy. But revenge could also just be, this is a reaction. We're going to set things right here. You messed things up for us, and we're going to set this right. I mean, I'd love to interview the guy, because, I mean, he could mean any number of things. He could mean that, like, hey, their strategy in live service has been very adversely affected by you guys because you now have 2 failing live service games in the market. You have 2. You have Destiny and Marathon. That hurts our live service strategy. Do you see? Maybe that's what he means. I don't know. I'd have to ask him. Why give credit to this guy? Tassi already said that his source says the opposite. Tassi has sources at Bungie. Tassi doesn't have some deep history with Sony. Tassi can't call Herman Holson, Hideki Nishino on the line. Tassi's only going based off of what he's heard. This guy's going based off of what he heard. They're not hearing things that are largely that mutually exclusive, brother. They're not. They're not hearing things that are that mutually exclusive. They're both hearing that significant layoffs are coming. They're both hearing that Sony's coming. Oh, Lord, he coming. They're coming. Like, they're both hearing that. You know, the scuttlebutt that the French journalist is hearing is like, Sony is not happy. Tassi's not hearing that. But again, if you've got different sources and you've got different people's interpretations of what's going on, you're going to get different things. Like, this guy's like, yeah, the people that are talking to me, Sony is out for blood. They are pissed. And Tassi's like, yeah, it's not like that. It's just the calculus of the budget. They haven't made enough money, and so layoffs are coming. I don't think these gentlemen are talking about, you know, one's talking about an elephant and another's talking about a giraffe. I think they're touching the same elephant in the room with the lights off, right? They're touching the same elephant. One saying that, you know, it feels like a tree trunk, and the other saying it feels like a snake. You know, depending on the parts of the elephant you touch, you're going to describe it differently. But you're both describing the same thing. You're just coming from vastly different viewpoints, and you're still they're still touching on the same reality. PlayStation's coming with the machete. It's going to be bad. Whether or not they're ticked and want revenge, or they're like, this is bad, we got to balance these books. They're both kind of saying the same thing, right? One's using different verbiage, maybe a little bit more hyperbolic than the other, but fundamentally they're saying the same things. At least that's my opinion. That's my opinion. Family friendly. My favorite GIF that my wife sends me is like the little Mickey Mouse character reading the book that says How to Kill. We've talked about that before. Somebody asked me why Sony is trending. Hideki Nishino did an interview with Famitsu, and so Sony is trending. So we've gone the distance today, and the discussions have been fun and lively all the way to the bitter end here. And so I appreciate you guys so much. Tomorrow I'll be on the round table. And we'll also do a show in the morning. So yeah, if you guys want that Saturday stream with Madam, you're about halfway. You're gonna have to make up for basically half of the week in one day. So we'll see if you guys can't swing that tomorrow. Bring the heat, bring your gifteds, bring your primes, bring your friends. If you guys want to continue the show with us right now, we're going to go to the Discord. This is the green room. This is your opportunity to hang out with us as we kind of plan tomorrow's show. And I hope to see you in there. All right? Take care. Hit like on your way out. Maybe hit join on your way out so you can come over to the green room.